Good afternoon, honourable delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I'm told that the House is in order. In keeping with our traditions, I will bow to the House.
Recording in progress. Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Thank you for that. Honourable delegates, I ask you all to please observe a moment of silence for prayer and meditation. Thank you very much. Honourable delegates, I'd like to remind delegates that the rules, and in particular Schedules 21, 22 and 23 of Rule 103 apply to the virtual sitting. Honourable delegates, before I proceed, I would like to welcome the Minister of Higher Education, the Minister of Tourism, the Deputy Minister of Tourism, permanent delegates, MECs and all special delegates, and the SELGA representatives to the House. Honourable delegates, I've been informed that there will be no motions without notice or notices of motions today. Honourable delegates, will now proceed to the first order of the day. It's a policy debate on Budget Vote 17, Higher Education, Appropriation Bill 4 of 2026. I now call upon the Honourable Maramela, Minister of Higher Education, to open our debate. Honourable Minister, you have 20 minutes.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair of the National Council of Provinces, Honourable Deputy Chair of the NCOP, and other House Chairpersons, Chief Whip of the NCOP, and also Honourable Permanent and Special Delegates, members of the Provincial Legislature who join us today, representatives of the SALGA, our deputy ministers, our DG Sishi, and the senior management of the department, distinguished guests, compatriots. It is an honor to address this August House on the policy debate of Budget Vote 17. This debate in the Chamber of the Provinces is not a procedural ritual for us. It is the exercise of provincial responsibility for a national project and the building of the post-school education and training system on which the future of our young democracy depends. We meet in June, the month in which we mark 50 years since the children of Soweto walked out of their classrooms and changed the course of history. They marched, they fell, and they bequeathed to us a country in which the right to learn is no longer up for debate. The youth of 76 fought for the right to learn. The youth of 2026 demand more. They demand the right to skill, to innovate, to work, also the right to participate meaningfully in the economy of their own country. And we see this budget vote as an answer to that demand. A month ago, House Chairperson, on the 26th of May, I tabled this budget vote in the National Assembly. The day after that tabling, we traveled to this very province, Bellville, the Western Cape, to the Cape Peninsula University of Technology to do the work that follows announcement. There, the MICT CETA opened its 4IR Research Chair Symposium and Expo. We further went on to launch a new MICT CETA Research Chair at CPOT, and we showcased 6 flagship ICT systems, working software, built by South African researchers in universities across 4 provinces. And these universities are important to name and the projects in which they participated in. An e-recruitment system built at the Vaal University of Technology in Gauteng, a data and knowledge management platform built at the Durban University of Technology in KZN, the DHET CETA Times website, which was built at the University of Limpopo, the MICT CETA intranet, which was built at the University of Johannesburg, and an e-learning career hub, which was built at the Tshwane University of Technology, together with a new 4IR research chair launched at CPUT here in the Western Cape. 2 of these 6 systems directly support the Department of Higher Education and Training. These institutions and in these provinces show that for instance, in Belleville, and as we did, that this is what a budget must do repeatedly across every province: 10 research into outputs, 10 outputs into jobs, 10 jobs into the future of young people are owed. That is what announcement turning into delivery looks like. Honorable members, the post-school system we lead was not built overnight and not by any one of us. It is the work of 3 decades of democratic policy, of ministers and officials who came before us, of councils and quality bodies, of vice chancellors and principals, researchers, lecturers and learners, and of millions of South Africans who placed their hopes in education when they had little else. The 2013 White Paper for Post-School Education and Training set this sector on its current footing. The NSFAS, the QCTO, the Council on Higher Education, the Qualifications Authority, the consolidation of FETs into TVETs, and the establishment of CET as a sector in its own right. These are the architecture of our democratic project. What this vote proposes is not rupture. It is the next phase of work that has been underway for 31 years. We stand, therefore, on the shoulders of those who came before us, and we owe them and ourselves the discipline of doing the work that remains. Honorable House Chairperson, this budget vote is allocated 149.2 billion in this financial year. 2026-2027, which is an increase of 4.8% on the 142.4 billion allocated in the last financial year. The vote is projected to grow at an average annual rate of 4.4% across the MTF, reaching 162.3 billion by 28-29. In total, the department will administer 468 billion over the next 3 years. But the public, honorable members, is not interested just in the size of the numbers. They're interested in what these numbers do. In terms of infrastructure within this vote, 2 infrastructure grants speak directly to the provinces represented in this House. The Invest Infrastructure and Efficiency Grant is allocated 3.9 billion over the medium-term expenditure framework and will grow and is growing at an average annual rate of 10.2% from 1.1 billion in 2025 to 1.5 billion in 28-29. The TVET Infrastructure Efficiency Grant is allocated 2.1 billion over the MTF, growing at an annual rate of 69.1% from 195 million in 2025-26 to 946 million in 28-29. I want to dwell on that second figure because it is the most consequential reallocation in this vote. A near 70% average annual growth in TVET infrastructure is not a routine line item. It is the practical answer to a generation of complaints that TVET is the forgotten middle of the post-school system. It is also a direct response to what this House, more than any other, has to hold this department for years, that the colleges in our provinces, in the small towns of the Eastern Cape, rural districts of Limpopo, industrial corridors of Gauteng, KwaZulu-Natal, the agricultural belts of the Free State, the Northwest and Mpumalanga, and the mining communities of the Northern Cape need physical conditions worthy of the students who study in those provinces. This vote begins that work. Honorable House Chairperson, university education remains the largest part of this vote, and rightly so. Our universities carry more than 1 million students, conduct a bulk of the nation's research, and anchor the professions on which a modern economy depends. But access on its own is not the measure of success. Too many students enter our universities and do not complete. Too many complete and do not find work. The task before us is not only to open the doors of learning, it is to ensure that those who enter succeed and those who succeed find their place in the economy. We will therefore continue to invest in student success, in throughput, in postgraduate development, and in the transformation of the academy itself, so that demographics of our professorate in time reflect the demographics of our country. Transformation is not a threat to excellence. Properly understood, It is the precondition for excellence. And university systems that draws on the full talent of all people will always be stronger than one that draws on the talent of a few. And will continue to defend institutional autonomy while insisting equally that autonomy is never a shield against public accountability. The public funds these institutions, and the public is entitled to know what they are all governed. Honorable Chairperson, the House will recall that the department moved decisively under Section 17A to 17D of the NSFAS Act to dissolve the NSFAS board and place the institution under administration. Professor Hlengani Matebula was gazetted as administrator on 4 May 2026, and in the weeks since, the administrator has assumed full executive control, conducted his first in-person engagement with NSFAS staff, and began stabilizing the institution's operation. A 3-month progress report is due and will be tabled before this House in the ordinary course. NSFAS is projected to support 1.5 million university students and 807,000 TVET students from poor and working class households over the period ahead across our public higher education institutions at a projected cost of 166 billion over the medium term. I must be honest with this House that the NSFAS have been through a period that no public institution should endure and from which no minister can claim victory. Stabilization is underway, recovery is the work of the year, and the 2027 application season, opening in a few short months, is the test against which the public will rightly judge us. The Sector Education and Training Authorities, Honorable House Chair, are the cornerstones of the skills revolution that this vote funds. They cannot continue to operate as they have, and the reform of this system is one of the most important work streams of this administration. That reform is well underway. Where SETAs have failed to perform, we have not hesitated to act, as we've seen that we've put 3 of these SETAs under administration, and a 6-month progress report on each have been concluded. But as we say, administration is not an end in itself. The objective is functioning, accountable institutions that translate the skills levy into measurable employment outcomes. And so to that end, we are tightening service level agreements, strengthening governance and council capability, directing SETAs onto common information systems, and also pursuing the broader rationalization of the SETA landscape so that these authorities align cleanly to the sector driving our economy. But it must also be said, House Chairperson, that this is why we began in Belleville, that where SETAs have done good work, that work deserves recognition. The MICT SETA Research Chair is just but one, and there are many of these examples all over where SETAs are churning out skilled young people, placing them into internships, ensuring that they're trained as artisans, ensuring that they become professional plumbers, welders, bricklayers, and a whole sorts of skills that are needed by this economy. That is the standard we must hold every SETA to, and it cannot be seen as business as usual. House members, alongside these reforms of the SETA, sees the reform of the National Skills Fund. And for too long, National Skills Fund has operated as a grant maker, disbursing funds year after year against applications without always asking the harder questions. What did the nation receive in return? The audit history of the fund itself, frankly, not been what the public is entitled to expect of an institution holding billions of rands of skills levies in public trust. We are changing this. We're repositioning the National Skills Fund from a passive grant maker into a catalytic, outcomes-driven financier of the skills revolution. This means that this fund is tied to results, to artisans produced, to learners placed, and also to enterprises supported, to skills delivered in areas our economy actually demands. It also means co-investment alongside industry, alongside SETAs, and also alongside public institutions, rather than funding in isolation. It also means an institution whose books are clean, whose decisions are transparent, and also whose impact can be measured. The work the fund already does shows its potential. And through the National Skills Fund, this vote will support worker-initiated training for 4,000 learners, provide 21,000 bursaries for students in high-demand occupations, and fund education and training programs in innovation and digital technology for 135,000 learners, including learners from our rural areas. A total of 20.2 billion is set aside for these initiatives over the medium term. Repositioned correctly, the National Skills Fund can become one of the most powerful instruments of economic transformation in the hands of the democratic state. We intend to make this happen. Honorable House Chair, the colleges we celebrate, this vote is intended to sustain. Northlake College, for instance, here in the Western Cape, with its consistent pass rates and strong industry placements. Majuba TVET College in the Northern KwaZulu-Natal, embedded in the heavy manufacturing corridor and specializing in mechanical and civil engineering. Ekurhuleni East TVET College in Gauteng, a benchmark for artisan trade testing across Springs, Guatemala, and Davidson. We also act where we must act. The College of Cape Town and Coastal KZN TVET College. And so the College of Cape Town has been placed under administration, Section 49, not as a punishment, but as a corrective measure. The students who study at these colleges deserve institutions that work. We are expanding the network. We are working with the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure and Basic Education to repurpose decommissioned facilities where they can serve further education and training in institutions still underserved. And I want to say a particular word about CETs, the 3.3 billion allocated to the sector that must be the second chance of the millions of South Africans who never finish school is, frankly, not enough. It is a figure that names rather than disguises the structural underfunding of community education. It is a figure that this department, this House, and the National Treasury will have to revisit. The honest frame, honorable members, we are not blind to the limits of what education and training can do on their own. Low economic growth, a bias towards capital intensity, and the sluggish performance of our productive sectors, manufacturing, construction, the agro-processing value, also constrain employment, especially amongst young people. Education provides the foundation. Skills are formed in the workplace, and technical skills in particular require a thriving industrial sector to absorb them. This vote will fund the skills revolution, but the skills revolution will only deliver what the broader economy can absorb. That is a project of government as a whole and a charge this National Council of Provinces, with its constitutional reach into every province, is well placed to carry. In the year ahead, this vote will produce 22,000 artisans, 91,800 workplace-based opportunities, and 71,808 registered skills program. This is the age of the skills revolution. We're poised to make the necessary impetus for our country and our youth to seize the opportunity of an inclusive growth trajectory. The President's State of the Nation address directed this department, together with the Minister of Finance, to develop a proposal for new universities and TVET colleges with specialized areas of focus. We are hard at work. Sites are being explored. Feasibility studies are being scoped. The work is unglamorous, yes, but it is the foundation of a system that must, over the coming decade, grow significantly beyond its current shape. There can be no successful, sustainable industrialization in this country without skills, without research, but also without innovation. And so this vote and the proposals that follow it will provide all three. Honorable Chairperson and House members, the NCOP is the chamber in which the provinces speak to one another and to the nation. And I ask this House in the moment ahead to do three things: visit your universities, visit your TVET colleges, visit your community learning centers, and return to this House and tell us what you've seen. Our work is improved by your eyes. And at the dawn At the dawn of the Cuban Revolution, in closing, Fidel Castro declared that the project he led sought to build a country of men and women of science. That journey begins and continues with a high-quality education and training system available to every learner in every province. 50 years ago, a generation of school children gave us a country in which we are free to learn. This budget vote begins the work of ensuring that we learn sets us free. I thank the deputy ministers, the director general, and the women and men of this department whose daily labor is the foundation of everything I have said today. I commend Budget Vote 17 to this House. Thank you, House Chairperson and honorable members.
Thank you very much indeed, Minister. Honourable delegates, we now call on the chairperson of the Select Committee for Education, Sciences and Creative Industries. It's the Honourable Plenary, who has a 15-minute slot. Honourable Plenary.
Good afternoon, Honorable House Chair. Also the chairperson of the NCOP, the chief whip of the NCOP, the Honorable Minister, Woody Manamela, deputy ministers in our midst, also the MSCs from different provinces. Indeed, the Department of Education and all protocol observed. Honorable Chair, let me take an opportunity first before I engage the debate, just to extend my condolences on behalf of the Select Committee to the recent murderers of our colleagues at different localities, especially the one in the Eastern Cape, Gqeberha, where I'm coming from, Lomleve, who was murdered while he was executing his responsibility as mandated by his communities. Chairperson, my extending my condolences is because of the role that he has been playing, different role that is playing both in communities and especially in the education system. Last month, he led a very successful program to matric, second chance matric program. Indeed, the department was invited. He led a very successful program. Today, Chairperson, indeed, I felt that we cannot be quiet. Hopefully that those who have committed those murderers, Chairperson, will be brought into books within no time. It is indeed, Chairperson, that I cannot forget also the passing of one of the contributors directly that have been serving on different boards in contributing in shaping the transformation of the higher education, Chairperson, the Professor Thandi Macha Erasmus, the Vice Chancellor of Sefako Magato Health Sciences University. Indeed, this is a great loss, Chairperson, to higher education sector and the nation at large. As I'm speaking about her chair, she will be remembered for her contribution in advancing health sciences, as well as the leadership role she played while serving on various bodies. I've already mentioned, Chair. Chair, let me open the debate in celebrating the Youth Month by quoting Frantz Fanon, who said, Chair, I quote, "Each generation must, out of his relative obscurity, discover its mission, fulfill it, or betray it." It is with this quote, Chair, that we appreciate the opportunity to debate on Budget Vote 17 of our education sector. The sector is a vehicle through which younger generation of this country must discover its mission to build the South Africa they want to see in the near future. Education and training remain crucial instruments for social justice, transformation, redress, and economic inclusion, aligning with our constitutional imperatives and the developmental agenda of democratic state. At the beginning of this year, the Select Committee on Education had the privilege of attending senior certificate results ceremony in Johannesburg, where we witnessed the class of 2025 achieving a matric pass rated of over 88%, the highest in South African history. Furthermore, it was revealed that 46%, it is amounting to 345,000 learners, achieved bachelor's pass. Within that moment, one wondered whether our higher education sector was well prepared to accommodate the growing demand on higher education. One worrying figure was that the University of Johannesburg receiving 450,000 first-year application, yet it has the capacity to accommodate only 11% students. This is an admission rate of mere 2.5%. Now the question we have to ask ourselves is whether we are doing justice to our learners when we ask them to study hard during matric, only to have insufficient space for enrollment at the institution of higher learning. This response can only be addressed by an urgent expansion of access to universities, TVET colleges, and CET colleges. We acknowledge the university infrastructure and efficiency grants allocation of 3.9 billion and the TVET infrastructure and efficiency grant allocation of 2.1 billion over the medium term. We need to ensure that this allocation is used prudently and for its intended purpose. We also have to be honest in arguing that this infrastructure budget allocation may not solve all challenges, but if spent well, it can go a long way. When considering university and TVET college infrastructure, we also call for increased investment in expanding student accommodation and recreation facilities. Furthermore, there must be an expansion of ICT infrastructure within our institution of higher learning to offer blended learning that combines physical classroom instruction with hybrid instruction, helped addresses infrastructure challenges. We also stress that access to institution of higher learning must be accompanied by quality learning, student support, institutional stability, and improved throughput rate to ensure meaningful transformation. Honorable Chairperson, National Student Fund has become one of our major gains since the democratic dispensation. The massive growth in NSFAS funding, which was initially a student loan, has turned into a bursary fund for poor and working class, with an allocation of 54 billion in this financial year. This funding is the ANC-led government commitment to ensuring that no South African child from a poor household is left behind in accessing higher education. However, we continue to call for better stability and good governance within NSFAS. With this amount of funding, we do not expect to see student protest over accommodation, financial exclusion, or meal allowances. We will therefore hold NSFAS accountable for disbursing these funds to the rightful beneficiaries and for providing better student support and well-being. Honorable House Chair, we want to stress that despite sustained investment in post-school education and training, baseline reduction over the MTF continue to constrain institutional capacity, infrastructure expansion, and student success initiative. It is important to sufficiently fund institutions of higher learning so they can contribute effectively to South Africa's social and economic development. The recent QS ranking revealed that 8% of top 10 ranked African universities are from South Africa. This is a show of global confidence towards our institutions of higher learning, which we need to uphold. Honorable House Chair, one of the areas of concern is the growing leadership instability across the sector, including a high number of acting DDGs, regional managers, TVET colleges principals, NFSA's senior management, which weakens governance, accountability, and institutional performance. Currently, the now disbanded NFSA's board has been unable to appoint a permanent CEO at a time when a record number of students need support. We therefore call for an urgent filling of all senior management posts within the department, entities, and public institutions of higher learning. In the era of 4IR, and historically disadvantaged communities continue to experience unequal access to quality infrastructure, internet connectivity, accommodation, and learning opportunities. This is reflected in the so-called historically disadvantaged institutions, which were 8 public universities and University of Technologies established during the apartheid era of Black, colored, and Indian populations. This continued to grow inequalities within the institutions of higher learning. We therefore call for greater infrastructure allocation and support for these institutions to enable them to reach the same standard of historical well-resourced universities. Honorable Chair, with that being said, we condemn the destruction and burning of infrastructure at the University of Fort Hare that happened in October of 2025. No amount of anger and frustration will drive the students to burn down infrastructure, and this will deprive the next cohort of students in accessing quality education and good learning governance. We are calling for a responsible leadership, a student leadership. We call on university leadership to constantly engage with students and to urgently address the frustration used before issues are allowed to escalate. We call for the acceleration of construction at Hammanskraal University and the Ekurhuleni University of Science and Technology. These will help increase the higher education sector's capacity to accommodate more school leavers. We also call for these universities to be skill-based and to offer programs that are in demand within the labor market. We, however, would like to express concern about the persistent underfunding of CET colleges, despite their critical role in supporting unemployed youth and adults through second chance education and skills development. We call for more funding for CET colleges, infrastructure, and learning programs, and further call for CET colleges program offerings to be responsive to the skills required to address the needs of the communities, as highlighted in our policy document NDP 2030. Honorable Chairperson, there is an urgent need for stronger coordination across DHET branches to improve planning, oversight, and implementation of infrastructure and institutional development projects. We cannot allow branches of the department to operate in silos, because when we conduct our oversight, we expect all branches to speak with one voice. We also call for the department to exercise effective oversight over sectors, universities, and TVET colleges to ensure governance stability and prevention of the abuse of internationalization policy, especially in appointments where South Africans have sufficient capacity to perform those. The concentration must be only on scarce skills. We can't continue to have this particular challenge, as we see that it is escalating in national crisis currently. So it is our responsibility at these institutions to ensure that they cooperate with the current with the government policies to ensure that our communities do not feel left behind, especially those we are skilling, especially those who are qualifying, especially those who are professionals. In closing, Chairperson, we call for the positioning of higher education sector as central as to be at the center of nation building, social cohesion, poverty reduction, and inclusive economic development. With those words, let me close with a quote by the President General of the African National Congress, who said, I open quote, "We are making history, reshaping the diversity of our country because many have given their all for this day to dawn. They perished so that the nation could live." I thank you, Chairperson. We
Thank you
fully
very much.
support and behind this budget.
Thank you very much to the chairperson of the Select Committee. Honourable delegates, we now invite the Honourable Adriaan to take the platform and continue the debate for the next 7 minutes. Honourable Adriaan.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Minister, Honourable Deputy Minister, Honourable Members and fellow South Africans, good day. You cannot build a house by laying a foundation and never finishing the structure. Basic education through ECDs lay the foundation. Primary and secondary schools build the walls. But it is higher education that places the roof on the house, transforming potential into opportunity, learners into professionals, and dreams into a lived reality. When higher education succeeds, economies grow, innovation flourishes, and young people gain hope. It must be a ladder out of poverty. So the perfect roof to the house of education is to be qualified in a career that ensures a job. But for many of our qualified young South Africans, it has become a waiting room for unemployment. This is the uncomfortable truth plaguing this budget. The department speaks about a skilled and capable nation, about economic growth, innovation and opportunity. Wow, how great this sounds. But words are only words until the pudding can be eaten. In this budget, the department has received just over 149 billion. Listen carefully, not million, billion. Despite this massive budget, we are still hearing the same story of NSFAS confusion, accommodation issues and shortages, students struggling to register, and worst of all, graduates struggling to find jobs. And wait for it, Minister Buti Manamela indicated during a press briefing that NSFAS continued to pay bursaries to at least 822 deceased individuals. Something's gotta give. We can't keep measuring success by money spent, especially to the deceased. The success lies in measurable outcomes. Those who have completed their studies and are employed and are climbing the ladder step by step out of poverty. Howard Hannaford correctly stated, education is the escape route out of poverty. But is our post-school education system truly succeeding? We need to reflect and ask, how many graduates have found work? How many artisans qualified and entered the economy? How many young people moved from dependency to dignity, from welfare to work, from hopelessness to opportunity? Those are the numbers that matter. Our official unemployment rate among our youth sits at 45.8%. Those with less than matric have an unemployment rate at 37.6%. Those with matric, 35.7%. Other tertiary graduates, 22.2%, and graduates have an unemployment rate of 12.2%. The message could not be clearer. Education changes lives. Yet, despite this, department itself acknowledges that South Africa continues to face the triple challenges of unemployment, inequality, and poverty, and that outcomes across the post-school education and training system remain uneven. While government talks about building a knowledge economy, support for future academics is moving in the wrong direction. Doctoral scholarships are being reduced. Emerging scholar opportunities are being reduced. Yet we expect more research, more innovation, and more economic growth. NSFAS remains top of mind, not for the right reasons, but for all the remedial plans, and wait for it, promises that things will now improve. Students are asked to trust a system that has let them down so many times, believe that the promises might just now hold true this time, that the pudding will be eaten, believe that the leaking roof of higher education will indeed be fixed this time. The DA believes a qualification must lead somewhere. It must lead to a job or to entrepreneurship and a career that will boost South Africa's economy. That is why we support stronger links with universities and TVET colleges and industry, and welcome the move towards an education system of occupational qualifications designed to better align with workplace demands. We support and welcome artisan development, workplace experience, and partnerships with the private sector. Training people for jobs that do not exist is not empowerment. It is a waste. Our youth need employable qualifications, which will give them a real chance for a better future, climbing the ladder out of poverty step by step. But remember, you can never climb the ladder of success with your hands in your pockets. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Andriansa. Honourable delegates, we'll now get inputs from the provinces. We're going to start with the Eastern Cape, and the MEC for Education in that province is the Honourable Khade, who has the next 10 minutes.
Honorable Chair, good afternoon to you, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister of Higher Education and Training, honorable members. We welcome the tabling of the 149.2 billion of higher education and training as the Eastern Cape. At the heart of this budget is about hope, Honorable Chair. It is about opening the doors of young people whose dreams are often constrained by the poverty, unemployment, and inequality. For many young people in the Eastern Cape, a university degree, a diploma, a trade qualification is not a simple personal achievement. It is a lifeline. It is an opportunity to change circumstances of an entire family. It is a chance to break the cycles of poverty that have persisted for generations and created a different future for those who will come after them. Every year, we meet learners from villages to villages, townships to townships, and rural communities who receive excellent results despite the difficult circumstances mentioned here, Honorable Chair. They study by candlelight during power outages. They walk long distances, as you would understand, the rural nature of our province. They overcome challenges that many would consider insurmountable. They understand that education remains one of the most powerful tools for social and economic transformation. This is why we welcome the continued investment on NSFAS and the commitment by government to support more than 700 students across the country. For thousands of young people in this support means the difference between entering a lecture room and remaining trapped in the poverty cycle that we have outlined above. Yet there is another reality, Honorable Chair, that this House requires urgent attention into. Across South Africa, many working families find themselves caught in the middle. They do not qualify for full financial aid, yet they cannot afford the rising cost of tuition fees, accommodation, transport, books, daily living expenses. These are professionals within the public sector, Honorable Chair. Your educators, nurses, police officers, government employees, small business owners, ordinary workers. South Africans who make enormous sacrifices to educate their children. Many take sometimes steps, some depleted their savings, others simply cannot keep up with the costs and watch their children's dream slip away, Honorable Chair. We need a funding model that recognizes these glaring realities. The missing middle has come one of the biggest challenges that faces higher education and training institutions in the country. We must develop an innovative funding solutions that combines government support, affordable student financing, private sector participation. Non-student with the potential to succeed should not be denied an opportunity because their family earns slightly above the funding threshold. So this is one of the areas that would need a further engagement, Honorable Minister and Honorable Chair, through these committees. The challenge of student debt remains a painful one, Honorable Chair. Many people complete their studies but cannot graduate because of historical debts. Others are excluded from continuing their studies despite demonstrating academic potential. As the Eastern Cape provincial government, we took a decision that we have not, that whilst we have observed that particular crisis, working together with the institutions of higher learning in the province, we have contributed initiatives aimed in assisting students burdened by historical debt so that they can be able to be part of the young people that are entering the mainstream economy in the province. We have consistently engaged universities to find practical solutions that allow deserving students to complete their studies, access their academic records, and graduate thereof. We know, Honorable Chair, that every debt cleared is more than a financial transaction. It is a young person being given a second chance. It is a family moving closer to economic security. It is a graduate entering a labor market with dignity and hope. However, the scale of the challenge requires a national response. We need sustainable mechanisms to address these historical student debts so that the deserving young people are not permanently locked or out of these opportunities that the minister has outlined in this budget. Members, honorable members, while expanding access remains important, access alone is not enough. We must ask difficult questions about whether our higher education system is equitable, preparing graduates for the realities of today's economic diversification. Too many graduates are seated at home without employment. Families invest their hopes on these kids, their savings and their sacrifices in higher education, only to find that qualifications do not always lead to opportunities. This requires an in-depth discussion on the policy alignment between basic education and higher education in the country, and streamlining opportunities from basic education to higher education so that we can be able to resolve the X that is confronting us. The world of work is changing rapidly. New industries are emerging while others are evolving. Artificial intelligence, digital technologies, advanced manufacturing, renewable energy, and data-driven industries are reshaping the economies across the globe now. Our institutions of higher learning must keep with pace with those challenges. Our curricula should be continuously reviewed and updated to ensure that graduates leave our institutions with skills that are relevant and practically in actual fact and in demand. Universities must work much more closely with industry and government and the private sector. Employers should have a stronger voice in identifying skills required in the economy, while institutions should ensure that programs respond to those needs. The success of higher education cannot be measured only by the number of students who enroll or graduate. It must also be measured about how many graduates secured employment, created business, contributed meaningful economic growth for the country. Chairperson, we must also fundamentally change how we view the technical and vocational education in the country. For far long, society has created an impression that success only comes through university degrees. This thinking has deprived the economy of critical skills and has discouraged many talented young people to pursue technical careers. The future of South Africa will be built not only by professional people, academics, accountants, but will also be built by artisans, electricians, plumbers, welders, and mechanics, software developers, and renewable energy specialists. This is why we are strongly supporting greater investment on TVET colleges and skills development, Honorable Chair. Through our provincial government, we continue to invest in skills development, artisan training, internship, learnership, and youth employment. We want young people to acquire not only qualifications, but practical experiences that improves their chances of securing sustainable employment. The province's economic future will depend on our ability to produce skills young people who can participate in these growing sectors, contribute to the building of a competitive economy. Honorable Chair and honorable members, the true value of this budget will be measured by the lives it changes. It will be measured by the young woman from Lusikisiki. It will be measured by the first graduate in that particular family. It will be measured by the young man from Tofimvaba who acquires a trade and starts a business. Education remains our most powerful instrument for building our more equitable society. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, MEC, and we welcome your inputs. Thank you. We now move on with the debate, returning to the political inputs, and it's the turn of Honorable Mhlongo to take us forward for the next 8 minutes. Honorable Mhlongo.
Thank you, Chair. Can I please be allowed to switch off my camera?
Yes, indeed.
Thank you, Chair. Ngicela ukubingelela abahlonishwa, ngibingelela Minister and Deputy Minister.
All the honorables, the Minister, the Deputy Minister.
Ngicela ukubingelela nabo bonke abafundi la eSouth Africa. I stand before this house not to read
all the
figures, but
students
to
in South
speak
Africa.
Chair,
Honorable Mhlongo, can you just stand by for a moment, please?
Okay.
Interpretation facility, you're coming through on the main feed. There is an alternate setting for you to choose that you only come through for the people that have enabled the interpretation. If I can ask you to correct your settings so that the speaker remains uninterrupted. Table, if we can reset the time, please, and give the Honorable Mhlongo the chance to begin her speech from the start, please. Honorable Mhlongo, please continue.
Thank you so much, Chair. Ngicela ukubingelela wonke umuntu waseMzansi Afrika, ngibingelele bonke
Everyone in
abafundi.
South Africa and all
Still
the
coming
students.
through, Chair.
Yes, interpretation, please. There is a problem with your settings. I'd strongly request that you don't interrupt our sitting, and perhaps hold off on the interpretation until such time as you've managed to get your settings correct. And if we can ask the table just to intervene in the background and ensure that the appropriate interpreter is corrected with the settings. Apologies for that, Honourable Mplongo. Let's try again, please.
Thank you, Chair. I stand before this House today not to read figures, but to speak for the child whose name does not appear in this budget vote 17. I speak for the young woman in Uppington who passed matrics with 6 distinctions, but whose mother sells fruit at the robot because the registration fee is 8,000 and the bank could not grant her a loan. I speak for the boy in Umtata who was accepted to study mechanical engineering, but who's now sitting at home because NSFAS is still processing while the landlord has changed the locks. And I speak for the student in KZN in Guamapumulo who qualified for a bursary but was told that there's no space after millions disappeared into questionable contract tenders at the same institution. Chairperson, the minister has come before us with billions on paper, but the question we must answer is simple. Does the budget give dignity to the poor, or does it continue to fund exclusion and corruption? The MK party has considered these numbers. We have listened to students and parents across 9 provinces and have concluded that this budget fails the test. Therefore, we cannot support it. Let us begin with NSFAS because this is where the betrayal is most painful. Every year, the minister tells us more money has been allocated. Every year, the call center says the system is down. Every year, students are deregistered in July in the middle of exams because their allowances were not paid. Chairperson, it is not only delays that are killing NSFAS, it is corruption. It is inflated accommodation contracts. It is the direct payment to dodgy service providers while students go hungry. It is the same story in other education entities, from SETAs to college councils, where tenders are awarded to connected companies, millions vanish, and no one is held accountable. It is billions if billions have been truly set aside for poor students, then we must ask why those billions never arrive on time, why they are instead feeding a network of corrupt officials and middlemen. The MK party believes that if this government can find emergency fund to bail out state-owned entities that have been looted for decades, then it can find political will to ensure that no student in South Africa goes to bed hungry while waiting for money that is meant to be their right. We therefore demand a full independent forensic audit on NSFAS and all other education entities, and we demand that any official manager or service provider who has stolen from students to be arrested and barred from government for life, because a student's future is not a tender opportunity. A second crisis that this budget refuses to face is the collapse of TVET colleges. Chairperson, we have over 2 million young South Africans who are not in employment, education, or training, and yet our response is not to send them to institutions that have no workshop, no modern tools, and no real relationship with the industry. A student can complete an N6 certificate in electrical engineering in Kimberley, but graduate without ever wired a real circuit board. And then we act surprised when the same student cannot find work in the mines or construction. This budget gives TVETs a small increase, but it does not give them a plan. It does not link them to the manganese mine in Northern Cape, to the agriculture of Free State, or to the manufacturing that we so desperately need. The MK party says that a TVET college without industry partnership is not a college at all. It is a warehouse for unemployment. We reject a funding model that treats TVET students as second-class citizens while we pretend that universities alone will solve our skills crisis. Chairperson, the third issue is the soul of education, and this is where MK must speak firmly. We do not support Eurocentric curriculum that continues to place European history, European philosophy, and European values at the center of learning while saying very little about our own African history, our indigenous languages, our knowledge system, and our contributions to our people. For 12 years, our children sit in classrooms and learn the names of kings and queens across the sea, but they graduate without knowing the stories of King Moshesh, without understanding the astronomical knowledge of Koi and San, and without reading the words of Saul Blackie and Thomas Mofolo in their own language. That is not transformation, Chair. That is the continuity of colonial education. It If we are serious about liberation, we must fund a curriculum that reflects who we are, that restores pride to every learner, and that teaches our children that Africa had civilization, had science, and had wisdom long before the colonizer arrived. The fourth issue is the so-called missing middle, the families who earn too much to qualify for NSFAS, but far too little to pay university fees without falling into debts. These are the parents who are teachers, nurses, police officers, and small business owners. They work very hard, they pay their taxes, and yet their children are punished for the crime of being born in a household that's working too hard but not wealthy. Chairperson, free education must mean free for poor and missing middle. In the light of these failures, Honorable Chairperson, the MK Party is compelled to make a formal declaration to reject Budget 17 as it stands because it does not push students first, it does not rescue TVET colleges, it does not root our corruption in the education entities, and it does not transform the content of education to reflect the African identity. But our rejection is not mere politics, it is consistent with the position of the MK Party that has always been held, which is the same position that President Jacob Zuma championed when he was the state president of the Republic, that free quality education for the poor is not a favor from government, it is a right and it is a foundation upon which a just society must be built. Continuing that legacy, the MK Party declares two things with urgency: legislation that makes the late payment of NSFAS allowance and corruption within the NSFAS and other education entities a punishable offense, because the dignity of our students cannot be held hostage by any administrative delayed or crude tenders. Community control of TVET colleges so that the people of each province, including the people of KwaZulu-Natal, can decide which skills their youth need instead of leaving these decisions to officials who have never set foot there. Therefore, Chairperson, for every student watching this debate, the MK Party sees you. We hear your frustration, we carry your struggle in this house, and we will not rest until education in South Africa is truly free, truly quality, and truly African. Honorable Chairperson, the MK Party will never support a budget that forgets the child of the soil. We reject it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mhlongo. Honourable delegates, let's continue the debate, and it's now the turn of the Honourable Kennedy, who has the next 14 minutes. Honourable Kennedy.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson of the session, Honourable members of the NCOP, fellow South Africans. The Economic Freedom Fighters strongly opposes this 2026-27 higher education budget, which is characterized by instability and lack of decisive leadership. Chairperson, we cannot talk about the Department of Higher Education and Training without starting to talk about NSFAS. This NSFAS is mandated to provide financial assistance, promote access to higher education for those from previously marginalized and disadvantaged background. However, looking at how this institution is doing, it is doing the exact opposite of this. NSFAS fails to address the systematic needs of the majority, with funds often being absorbed by administration and salaries rather than benefiting vulnerable communities. It is a disaster as it faces issues of fraud, maladministration, and weak oversight. We note that without this concern being prioritized by NSFAS, will continue to leave graduates with no degrees due to the debts they have, as NSFAS no longer caters for all of the fees the graduates accumulate. The persistent delays in NSFAS payment timeliness, lack of integration with academic calendars, and unaddressed inefficiencies continue to jeopardize student accesses and institutional stability. On top of this, the Auditor General flagged unacceptable delays regarding a finalized university fee regularity framework, which is stalling student debt resolution and affordability plans. As the EFF, we demand the cancellation of all student debts and the implementation of free decolonized higher education, and further eradicate favoritism, patronage networks, and irregular appointments within the sector education and training authority, SETA. Chairperson, we cannot overlook the underfunded community education and training colleges. It's an unfortunate situation of denying impoverished communities in preparation for achieving better advantageous future of knowledgeable generation. Without such better institution of knowledge, their future is doomed to fail. The department has historically admitted that technical and vocational education and training, meaning TVETs, colleges lack the physical infrastructure and institutional support needed to absorb the demand. It has aggressively moved to scrap pre-2009 legacy and qualifications such as farm management and business administration without providing immediate seamless transactions to the updated curricula. The issue of infrastructure is a big one facing all the higher education institutions and remains one of the most significant barriers to higher education, and this is prevalent in TVET colleges as well. An article by Daily Maverick talks about a second-year student who was considering deregistering in March this year due to the issue of not having an accommodation in Tshwane University of Technology. Chairperson, the challenge of infrastructure inefficiency leads to an exclusion at the port of entry, severe overcrowding, and campus instability following suit. When capacity cannot match massified matriculants output, the structural system will severely be compromised. Thousands of qualifying students are turned away because public universities and colleges cannot accommodate the sheer volume of applicants. The compromised learning conditions of overcrowded lecture halls, outdated IT networks, and insufficient laboratory spaces diminish teaching qualities and student engagement. Resource deficit and poor living conditions at colleges often spark protests and riots, leading to physical damage to existing infrastructures. Severe shortfalls in university-owned housing leave students vulnerable to unsafe, predatory, or informal off-campus living conditions. And this inefficient budget, every problem will keep on escalating for years to come as long as it is not changed. High demand for limited resources exacerbates institutional debt and overstrains bodies like NSFAS. The economic freedom fighters highly condemns this chronic underfunding of infrastructure neglect and corruption in technical and vocational education and training and community colleges. The EFF demands urgent, massive state-led infrastructure upgrades to rescue this sector. Chairperson, we cannot overlook the insufficient accredited accommodation and rising rental costs. Students are more prone of facing exploitation by private accommodation providers without taking into consideration that most students are dependent on NSFAS as a financial aid. The above point is proven by the recent protests of students from the University of Johannesburg residing at the Thrive Student Living on 5 June 2026. These students expressed their frustration as their landlords kept on demanding monthly top-ups, even though their housing was NEFSAS accredited. These students voiced out their concern to the SABC news platform about how their living conditions were still the same despite the landlords demanding more money. The EFF reject the practice of outsourcing the infrastructure projects to private contractors, which breed tender corruption, inflated prices, and poor quality delivery. We demand that the state take full responsibility for building, maintaining, and refurbishing college facilities using state-owned enterprises to ensure efficiency and accountability. We consider the current standard of TVET infrastructure to be vastly inferior to university infrastructure. We have consistently insisted that the Department of Higher Education and Training increase infrastructure budget to better equip college workshops to stimulate real-world workplaces and financial blockages. The EFF has been for long advocating for free education and the direct transfer of funds from National Treasury to colleges, cutting out intermediaries like NSFAS. We are also pushing for the upgrading of ICT infrastructure across all colleges so that they can adequately teach modern skills. We are also advocating for an overhaul of curriculum supporting facilities, demanding that every TVET college be equipped to teach advanced courses in computer hardware, artificial intelligence, and coding. The EFF does not support such a budget because the department continues to suffer from dysfunction, financial mismanagement, and corruption under the current GNU leadership. The budget fails to address structural underfunding and ignores the immediate needs of students and the working class. The budget preserved an exclusionary system where millions of students are still locked out of post-school education and training due to lack of adequate, genuine financial support. Chairperson, this limited, constrained budget can lead to higher staff to student ratios, outdated teaching materials, and inability to attract or retain top-tier academic talent and researchers. When institutions lack the funding to align curricula with modern industry demands, such as the digital economy or green energy, graduates often face a mismatch between their degrees and job market. Studies show that over 46% of unemployed graduates hold humanities or social sciences degrees. Employers in the current economy demand technical and analytical roles, leaving generalists as graduates waiting for a longer period to secure employment. This mismatch doesn't only result in joblessness. Up to 45% of employed graduates in South Africa consider themselves underemployed because their jobs require significantly lower skills than what they studied for. Honorable Chair, this 2026 medium-term expenditure framework budget features baseline reductions. Without an increase, universities and colleges face compromised institutional stability, halted infrastructure development, and severely restricted first-year enrollment. The NSFAS requires adequate financial backing to support the growing number of eligible working class students. So as TVET college and CET colleges have historically experienced structural underfunding, expanding this budget is vital to upgrade workshops, hire qualified lecturers, and meet national demands for vocational and artisan skills. Increased budget is necessary to implement sustainable financial models and loan schemes for working class and the missing middle student who do not qualify for NSFAS but cannot afford rising tuition. This budget, vote 17, must be urgently increased to reserve severe baseline budget cuts, address systematic underfunding, and prevent a collapse in critical institutional capacity. In conclusion, Chairperson, the EFF demands an overhaul of the skills development strategy and the scrapping of the 1% skills levy in its current form to redirect those funds strictly to empowering technical and vocational education and training colleges. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Kennedy. Honourable delegates, the debate continues now with
support.
the debate continues with the Honourable Farmer.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Members, Honourable Minister. I greet you in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Saviour. Chairperson, for many South African families, education remains the single greatest pathway out of poverty. They believe that if they work hard and obtain a qualification, they will have a better future. Our responsibility in this House is to ensure that that hope is not betrayed. Honourable Members, the Department of Higher Education and Training has received a budget allocation of approximately 149.2 billion for the 26-27 financial year. This significant investment demonstrates the importance government places on education, skills development, and youth empowerment. However, Honourable Minister, the accreditation difficulties faced by agricultural colleges is a serious problem. A student completing a 3-year course at one of these colleges are not given recognition for prior learning when he or she wishes to take their studies further at university level. They are forced to start over from scratch. On our oversight visit to the Potchefstroom Agricultural School, we were informed that it is only the Elsenburg College accreditation in Stellenbosch who are recognized by Stellenbosch University. If true, how can we in this day and age allow such double standards? The Patriotic Alliance, however, supports investment in higher education because we recognize that South Africa cannot grow its economy, create jobs, or reduce poverty without investing in people. However, Chairperson, budgets must deliver outcomes. Money allocated must translate into graduates, artisans, entrepreneurs, researchers, technicians, and workers who can contribute to economic growth. South Africa cannot afford a situation where qualifications grow while opportunities shrink. Honourable Members, one of the most important areas requiring attention is the strengthening of TVET colleges. For too long, TVET colleges have been treated as the lesser option compared to universities. The Patriotic Alliance rejects that thinking. Our economy desperately needs practical skills that build roads, maintain infrastructure, construct houses, and support industrial growth. A young artisan is just as valuable to the economy as a university graduate. That is why we support great investment in TVET colleges, industry partnerships, and workplace integrated learning. Honourable Members, a further challenge facing our country is the mismatch between education and employment. Thousands of graduates remain unemployed, while industries continue to report skill shortage. This tells us that closer alignment is required between education providers and the economy. We must ensure that training programs respond to the needs of the labour market. Higher education cannot operate in isolation from economic realities. Education must prepare young people not only to pass examinations, but to participate in the economy. Chairperson, we also welcome the growing focus on digital skills, artificial intelligence, and technological innovation. The future economy will require new competencies and new ways of thinking. Our young people must be equipped to compete not only within South Africa, but globally. Digital literacy, coding, data analysis, and emerging technologies are no longer luxuries. They are necessities. South Africa cannot afford to be left behind in the fourth industrial revolution. Honourable members, we must also speak about governance. Institutions of higher learning must be places of excellence, accountability, and integrity. Where there is maladministration, corruption, and instability, decisive intervention is required. Every rand lost to corruption is a rand stolen from a student's future. Patriotic Alliance therefore supports strong oversight, improved governance, and consequence managers throughout the post-school education system. Chairperson, in closing, the Patriotic Alliance supports Budget Vote 17, but we support it with expectations. We expect accountability, excellence, efficiency, employability, and above all, we expect that every young South African who works hard and pursues education will have a genuine opportunity to build a better future. Because investing in education is investing in South Africa. Salute. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Farmer. Honourable delegates, it's now the turn of the Honourable Masumpa, who will have the next 12-minute slot. Honourable Masumpa. I see Honourable Masumpa is indeed online. I see the microphone is open. Thank you. We are ready for you. You may proceed, Honourable Masumpa. You have remuted yourself.
Thank you, Chairperson. We are the ANC. We are in support of the budget vote that is presented by the Minister of Higher Education. We hope that it will improve the standard of our education of our young people, especially on the NSFAS. It needs a special attention, and it will also be able to encourage those children that they left school and drop out because the processes were not allowing them to be educated more. The video, Chair. Sorry, Chair. I just want to close my video.
Yeah, Honourable Masumpa, I'm afraid that this is not conduct becoming of the House. Can I ask you to get yourself in order and proceed with your speech, please?
Okay, Chairperson, let me continue. We wish the budget that has been tabled by the minister will be able to assist those children that are disadvantaged, especially people that are coming from disadvantaged areas, and it will be accessible for all students. It will not cater for some, and as a result of that, as we are going forward to 2027, 2028, that budget will be able to improve more of the young people to get better education and be able to access better jobs. As the ANC, we welcome the budget as presented, and we are in 100% support of the budget. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Masumpa. I think it's best we continue with the debate. Elsewhere, let's move on to the Honourable du Plessis. Honourable du Plessis, you have 7 minutes.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair, Honourable Minister.
Honourable du Plessis, I'm afraid you have been muted. If I can ask you to unmute yourself and continue.
The Department of Higher Education and Training carries the hopes, anxieties, and sacrifices of millions of young South Africans. And behind every allocation is a student waiting for funding, a parent stretching a household budget, a graduate hoping for work, and a young person asking whether this country still has a place for them. This department sits at the center of our struggle against unemployment, inequality, and poverty. The department presents the 2026-27 annual performance plan and budget vote as a decisive system reset, and we welcome any shift from compliance to outcomes. However, the question remains, does this budget match the promise? Vote 17 amounts to 149.2 billion in 2026-27, increasing over the medium term. These are significant resources, but they must be read against baseline reductions, limited operational flexibility, pressure on compensation, declining real growth, and reduced funding in infrastructure and skills levy-linked programs. The department is expected to expand enrollments, strengthen governance, stabilize NSFAS, improve TVET and CET performance, deliver infrastructure, and grow workplace-based learning. This is an ambitious reset, given the history of this department. On universities, the APP seeks to expand access, increase graduate output, and strengthen research capacity. These are the correct objectives, and South Africa needs more graduates, researchers, and innovation. But the department must explain how expanded enrollments and doctoral outputs will be balanced against declining real funding growth. We are especially concerned that postgraduate scholarships targets are reduced while the country speaks of a knowledge economy as well as industrialization. NSFAS remains one of the most important instruments for social justice, but also one of the greatest sources of anxiety for students and families, and, unfortunately, a massive target for corruption and extraction. Repeated remedial plans are not enough, and we must be told what enforcement powers the department has if NSFAS fails to implement corrective actions. TVET and CET colleges are meant to be the heart of the skills revolution, yet the TVET sector turnaround strategy is scheduled for approval well into the financial year. What happens in the meantime? How will weaknesses in governance, certification, lecturer capacity, curriculum responsiveness, and workman placement be addressed before then? And in the case of CET colleges, growth in enrollment, literacy, and online learning must be matched by trained educators, digital infrastructure, learning materials, and quality assurance. Expanding access without quality is a broken promise. The CETA and skills development system must be judged by real employment outcomes, not only certificates and short-term placement. CETAs are expected to meet high governance and placement targets while skills levy revenue declines. The department must explain how these targets remain realistic, and we must be able to verify whether reported employment outcomes are sustainable, relevant, and linked to the training received. Governance and legislation require sharper accountability. The department lists several amendment bills, including those related to the National Qualification Framework, skills development, continuing education and training, higher education, and NSFAS. Legislative reform may be necessary, but it must not become a substitute for implementation. And the department must explain which failures these bills are meant to correct and what risks may delay them. Transformation must be defended. Rural districts, townships, and historically underserved communities must see visible improvements in access to campuses, student accommodation, accredited programs, digital learning, and workplace opportunities. This budget debate must not end with general assurances. We should require 4 things from the department. 1, a credible explanation on how increased targets will be achieved under reduced baselines. 2, enforceable milestone for NSFAS stabilization. 3, quarterly reporting on CETA audit action plans and employment outcomes, and lastly, a transformation recovery plan where procurement targets have declined. It is important to remember that reports alone will not implement the necessary reset in the department. It takes courage and a will for excellence from every person in the department, both political and official. There have been so many relevant plans over the past 30 years. However, there has been no or little implementation. Implementation in this department will change lives. It will give a young person hope for a future, a sense of belonging, and a real chance to access local and international economic opportunities. And where opportunities are ruined due to fraudulent activities, we implore you as a department to catch, convict, and clean up, so that the investment of this budget goes towards building the dreams of all and not an elite few. We have the talent in South Africa. It is an incredible talent pool, and there is passion in this country. And this needs to be supported. In the words of Tony Leon, what is wrong with South Africa can be fixed with what is right with South Africa. Let the department build on what is right with South Africa, and let the department not break this through mismanagement. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Du Plessis. Honourable delegates, we continue the debate with a perspective now from the Mpumalanga province. The MEC for Education there is the Honourable Masina, who will take the debate for the next 10 minutes. MEC Masina, I see you are online. It is your turn, sir.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
No, sorry.
Yes. My apologies. I was just looking at the speakers list, trying to, thank you very much. Let me take this opportunity, Honorable Chair, greet the chairpersons of the National Council of Provinces, the Honorable Deputy Chair of the NCOP, Honorable House Chairpersons, the Chief Whip of the NCOP, the chairpersons and members of the Select Committee on Education, Science and Creative Industries, Honorable Permanent and Special Delegates, Honorable members of the provincial legislatures and the MECs in the meeting, all our distinguished guests, Sanbonani. Honorable Chair, it is both an honor and privilege to participate in this important debate on Vote 17 of higher education. At the outset, from the place of the rising sun, we rise in full support of the Honorable Minister. We do so, Honorable Chair, in recognition and support of its central role in expanding access, advancing transformation, and positioning higher education as a catalyst for skills development, inclusive economic growth, and a reduction of unemployment, both in our province and the country across. Honorable Chairperson, we are particularly encouraged that this debate takes place during the Youth Month.
MEC Masina, it appears you've lost your signal.
About access to meaningful and equitable education. This debate, Honorable Chair, therefore, carries a historic responsibility to ensure that the aspirations of that generation are fully realized. In Mpumalanga, we continue to
MEC, I think we've lost you once again. Your signal appears to be patchy. Can I suggest that you find a slightly better spot?
My apologies, Chair. I think the network is not stable here. Through our targeted learner support, expanded digital learning platforms, and sustained investment in e-learning and smart school initiatives, while equipping our learners, particularly those in rural areas, with the skill required to thrive in the modern, knowledge-driven economy, while also a constant feeder to the tertiary education sector. Chair, in this regard, the number of learners qualifying for bachelor's degree studies has grown steadily from 21,819 in 2023 to 27,885 in 2024, and furthermore, in 2025 to 28,610. This represents a cumulative total of 78,314 learners over the past 3 years, progressing into higher education from Mpumalanga province alone. While this upward trajectory, Chair, reflects improved and encouraging academic performance and rising aspirations among our young people, it also exposes structural constraints within the post-school education and training sector. The growing demand for placement is putting significant pressure on available spaces in universities and TVET colleges, particularly with regards to student accommodation, lecture facilities, and academic support services. For many learners from rural and historically disadvantaged communities, in Mpumalanga, access to higher education remains constrained not by ability, but by limited institutional capacity, affordability challenges, and geographical location distance. This reality, Honorable Chair, underscores the urgent need to expand higher education infrastructure, including the establishment and strengthening of institutions within rural provinces such as Mpumalanga. It further calls for innovative delivery models, including digital and blended learning, to ensure that access is not determined by the location. If we are truly to address this, Chair, we must ensure that growth in learner throughput is matched by the proportional expansion in opportunities within the post-school systems. We agree, Chair, with the Honorable Minister that there can be no successful, sustainable industrialization in this country without skills, without research, and without innovation. Therefore, Chair, our work is guided by the vision of the National Development Plan 2030, which calls for...
the speaker. Please make sure your speaker is connected properly.
Mr. Governor, Honorable Governor, if I can ask you to mute yourself, please. MEC, I apologize for that interruption. Please proceed with your speech.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. We are saying our work is guided by the vision of the National Development Plan 2030, which calls for an inclusive, high-quality education system that seeks to eliminate inequality, unemployment, and marginalization. In this regard, Chair, Mpumalanga integrated youth development into all aspects of its education program. Currently, we've got 37.2% of our young children in our workforce, representing actively contributing as an educators, as members of school management teams within the system of education. We continue to implement programs that empower young people through bursaries, internships, learnerships, and accredited skills training for out-of-school young people. At the same time, Chair, our promotion of mother tongue-based bilingual educations affirms the importance of language in learning, identity, and inclusion, directly responding to the historical injustices that shaped the 1976 uprisings. Sihlalo kungaba kuhle ukuthi bantwana bethu bakhule bakhuluma tilimi tesiswati nesindebele, bafunze ngesiswati nesindebele emabangeni laphansi baze baphothule tifundvo tabo emabangeni lasetulu ngaso siswati nesindebele. Lokho kufuneka kwenteke sisaphila mhlonishwa, futhi nesive siyathemba ukuthi singakujabulela lokho. In our province, Chair, we also value our strategic partnership with the University of Mpumalanga, which continues to create opportunities for collaboration in research, innovation, and teacher development, further strengthening the post-school education ecosystem in our province. This partnership enables the province to leverage the university's expertise, research capacity, and human capital in support of our development priorities. Key areas for collaboration, Chair, include but not limited to promoting sustainable agriculture and innovation, enhancing skills development for government employees, supporting environmental sustainability and ecotourism, advancing healthcare research and community programs, fostering entrepreneurship and job creation, strengthening education through teacher development and curriculum support, and lastly, improving service delivery through technological innovation. Our Honorable Premier, Mr. Mandlandlovu, rightly described this partnership as a game changer in advancing provincial economic development priorities. It represents, Chair, a strategic alignment between academic excellence and government priorities, ultimately aimed at improving the lives of our people. Honorable Chair, our approach is deliberate, it is focused, and it's community-based. We're committed to building a system where every learner progresses successfully into higher education and beyond, where no young person is excluded due to location or lack of funding or circumstances beyond their own making. As I conclude, Chair, we want to indicate that we support this budget because it advances the access to higher education, it drives transformation, and it invests in the future of our young people. This budget brings us closer to realizing the vision of the National Development Plan 2030 and ensuring that the doors of learning and culture remain open to all. As President Cyril Ramaphosa clearly stated in his 2026 State of the Nation address, as I quote, "The Constitution calls on us to work towards a society in which every South African has a fair chance to make a better life for themselves, in which every child receives a decent education and an opportunity to work and thrive," and I close quote. Let us therefore, Chair, act with agency and purpose to ensure that there's no young person in South Africa that is left behind. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, for this opportunity.
Thank you, MEC. Honourable delegates, let's now continue the debates. It's the turn of the Honourable Breert, who has the next 5 minutes.
Dankie, huisvoorsitter. I hope the translation is working. Die begroting van die Departement van Hoër Onderwys en Opleiding weerspieël 'n edele doel om meer Suid-Afrikaners toegang tot opleiding, vaardighede en universiteite te gee. Niemand in hierdie huis kan teen daardie ideaal wees nie. Maar goeie bedoelings alleen is nie genoeg nie. Wanneer 'n instelling jaar na jaar misluk, ten spyte van 'n al hoe groter begroting, moet ons eerlik genoeg wees om te vra of die model self nog werk. NSFAS is die beste voorbeeld hiervan. Die instelling ontvang vanjaar meer as 50 miljard rand uit die fiskus. Trouwens, die departement se begroting wys dat NSFAS se oordrag vir 2026-27 ongeveer 50,9 miljard beloop, meer as wat aan universiteite self toegeken word. En tog is NSFAS weer onder administrasie geplaas. Again, not because there is a lack of money, not because there is a lack of policy, but because there is a lack of governance, accountability and administrative competence. Die departement se eie jaarplan erken die omvang van die probleem. Dit bevat nou 'n NSFAS Remedial Action Plan wat teen Junie 2026 goedgekeur moet word, as ook 9 vorderingsverslae oor die implementering daarvan. Daar word selfs gewerk aan 'n NSFAS wysigingswet. Dit beteken die regering erken self dat die huidige stelsel nie voldoende funksioneer nie. Die 5+ waarsku al lank dat 'n organisasie wat binne enkele jare van 'n relatief klein beheerskema na 'n instelling van meer as 50 miljard rand gegroei het, nie bloot met nog geld reggemaak kan word nie. We cannot continue measuring success by how much money is spent. We must measure success by outcomes. Do students receive their funding on time? Do universities receive payments when they should? Are public funds protected? Can graduates eventually contribute back to the system? These are the actual questions that matter. Die tragiese werklikheid is dat NSFAS al jarelang gekenmerk word deur betalingsprobleme, administratiewe chaos, kontrakgeskille en herhalende bestuurskrisisse. Intussen raak meer en meer huishoudings afhanklik van die stelsel terwyl die belastingbetaler die rekening betaal. Die staat beoog om vanjaar meer as 266,000 TVET-studente deur NSFAS te befonds, benewens die honderde duisende universiteitsstudente wat reeds op die stelsel staatmaak. Wanneer NSFAS dus misluk, is dit nie bloot 'n administratiewe probleem nie. Dit raak die studente, hulle verblyf en die toekoms van elke van hierdie honderdduisende jong Suid-Afrikaners. En daarom glo die VF+ dat dit tyd geword het vir 'n grondige heroorweging van die model. Universiteite en gevestigde finansiële instellings beskik reeds oor gesofistikeerde administratiewe en betalingsplatforms. Waarom probeer die staat steeds funksies sentraliseer wat elders reeds beter uitgevoer word? The role of government should be to fund deserving students, set the rules, and provide oversight. It should not attempt to reinvent a system that already exists and works. Die VF+ ondersteun toegang tot hoër onderwys. Ons ondersteun geleenthede vir arm en verdienstelike studente, maar ons ondersteun nie 'n stelsel wat miljarde rand jaar na jaar bestee waar daar onderliggende bestuursprobleme is wat nie opgelos word nie. Daar is nie iets soos gratis hoër onderwys nie. Somebody will always pay the price. And when public money is involved, accountability is not optional. Dit is tyd vir 'n stelsel wat studente help, universiteite ondersteun en belastingbetalers respekteer. Dit is tyd vir verantwoordbaarheid en dit is tyd vir hervorming. Dit is ons tyd. It is our time. En dankie.
Thank you very much, Honourable Brett, and I can confirm that the translation services were working perfectly well in the background. Honourable delegates, let's continue the debate. It is the Honourable Dr. Skierkogel who has the next opportunity. Honourable Skierkogel.
Thank you, Chairperson, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Minister, Deputy Minister, fellow members, and our fellow South Africans today. I greet you in the name of the Democratic Alliance that celebrates its 26 years of existence. For 67 years, we've been fighting for freedom, fairness, opportunity, and diversity. From Helen Suzman's lone voice in the apartheid government, fighting for equal rights, to the DA's role in national government, changing lives every day. DA, hoi hoi. We support the budget. We do not do so because we recognize that South Africans cannot grow its economy, reduce unemployment, or build a capable state without investing in higher education, skills development, and training. These give people the tools to opportunities. The department's annual performance plan contains several objectives that deserve support for the betterment of our youth. We welcome the planned increase in university enrollment to more than 1.15 million students. We welcome the expansion of TVET enrollment to 650,000 students and the growth of community education and training opportunities. We support the target of producing 22,000 artisans annually and expanding workplace-based learning opportunities. We support the continued development of student accommodation, the expansion of medical and veterinary training infrastructure, and efforts to align skill development with the needs of the economy. But Minister, what is concerning is that the Motea Artisan College in Bloemfontein has plumbers, bricklayers, electricians who were supposed to graduate this year, but have not been placed in workspaces. And the hairdressing department has not even made an effort to contact students to do their trade test this year due to poor management and no will by the principal of that school. Hundreds of students are now denied the opportunity for better employment. And this is not speculation, Minister. I've personally submitted the petitions to Honourable Mackay, the chairperson of petitions in the NCOP. Millions of young South Africans remain locked out of opportunity and excluded from economic participation. But supporting the objectives of the APP does not mean ignoring the failures that continues to undermine them. The APP speaks repeatedly about governance, accountability, public confidence. It sets targets to improve governance across university, TVET colleges, CETAs, NSFAS. It introduces NSFAS remedial action plan and enhances oversight mechanisms. But the obvious question is, why are these remedial measures necessary in the first place? The ANC is not prepared to tell us how many opportunities have been lost because of corruption, how many bursaries, accommodation, and textbooks could have been provided. And then the very institution that is the lifeline for students, NSFAS, that exists to fund poor students, is operating from luxury office accommodation overlooking the Cape Town harbour at a cost of approximately 2 million per month. Thousands of students across South Africa simply want an opportunity to study. They are not asking for harbour views or executive parking bays and premium office spaces. They simply want the opportunity to become engineers, teachers, artisans, doctors, or entrepreneurs. This is the real cost of corruption. The only curriculum the ANC knows is tenderneership 101. In fact, as the masters of it, they probably offer a master's in tenderneership too. The ANC calls this redress. We call this betrayal. With every CETA board concoction, with every foreshore rand that disappears too, that opportunity disappears as well. A chance, a future. But the ANC has mastered this concept of recycling, but not in a good way, but more likely to oil to different meals to the taste of their previous disaster. Chairperson, there I have a glitch.
You're still on, Dr. Skierko. Please continue.
This is not accountability. This is redeployment. That is the ANC version of consequence management. Just like Kader Gigaba that earns a lovely salary at his so-called step-aside corruption-accused committee chair. This sets a terrible example for our youth. Chairperson, the DA supports this budget because we support students, universities, artisans, TVET colleges, and opportunities. We will not continue to oppose corruption where it appears, whether it wears an ANC t-shirt, an MK beret, an EFF overall. The young people of South Africa deserve more than excuses. They deserve a government that spends every cent and is intended for their future. And that we support the budget. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honourable Skierko. Honourable delegates, the next speaker is the Honourable Mokwele, who has the next 13 minutes. Honourable Mokwele.
Thanks very much, Chair, for the opportunity. Honourable Minister, Deputy Minister, honourable members, fellow South African. Chairperson, maybe before I venture into my debate, which is the most important debate, budget vote 17, I just want to make a caution to honourable members, just to indicate that listening is the skill, Chair. The reason why we afforded the minister to start with the debate is for all honourable members to listen to the minister when he starts to open the debate. When I was listening to the minister, he also indicated all the challenges that they have with NSFAS, and he even indicated what action the department has taken. But I was listening to honourable member, in particular honourable Briet, is talking about the lack of strong governance. But the minister was very clear to say that immediately when they realize that there are problems, they make sure that they dismantle the board in the NSFAS. That is why I'm saying that listening is the skill. But nonetheless, Chair, let me continue with my debate. Let me begin my debate on budget vote 17, Chair, on higher education, with the quote from our second Democratic Minister of Education, Professor Kada Asmal, one of the leaders who shaped our current higher education system. I want to quote the minister during his quotation in the parliament in November 2003. Chair. He said, I quote, "There can be no doubt that the higher education landscape is well on its way to reflecting the value, ethos, and aspiration of democracy, away from the false division of apartheid past, which have far too scared our higher education system and limited its ability to truly respond to the current and the future needs of our country." Close quote. With that being said, we now have to ask ourselves how far our post-education and training sector has come over the past 32 years in overcoming the past injustice and creating skills and opportunity to meet the future demands of our economy. Here, I want to emphasize House Chair to say, in 32 years, as the ANC-led government, we are trying to deal with the injustice of over more than 100 years. House Chair, the capable and developmental state and the oversight of an annual allocation of 120 billion require ethical leadership, clean governance, and institutional stability, and the consequence management across the PSC sector. Furthermore, this sector is a backbone of our economy, tasked with producing a skilled workforce and entrepreneurs to take our country forward. This budget must be used efficiently in order for us to realize these gains. House Chair, as part of the transformation of higher education, which I heard the doctor was also against the transformation, that as the ANC will always champion it. Take into consideration the concern raised during the hashtag Peace Must Fall movement, Chair. The ANC-led government declared that the NSFAS will no longer be a student loan scheme, but rather a bursary scheme that will ensure all students from poor and working class households and not excluded from higher education due to the socio-economic status. Chair, I want to share this story of the student loan, the TEFSA. I know that most of those that came now or the newborn, they don't know the Tinswalo that the president alluded to, that the ANC-led government is the government that brings this Tinswalo. The ANC government, all of us, I was listening to Honorable Mhlongo, those that I know that these are the product of Tinswalo that the president was alluding to, say that it is the ANC government that makes sure that the TEFSA is no longer there. It's now the NSFAS that makes sure that even the child from the poor background can get access to education. The revolution led to the NSFAS budget increasing from 13.8 billion in 2016-2017 to 54 billion in 2020-2027. This funding has continued to climb substantially over the years to keep up with enrollment demands and policy shifts. Today, our students have access to quality tuition, accommodation, textbook and transport, and the meal allowance. Not many countries around the world can offer such comprehensive support of their citizens, even though I know many of them will deny that. Here in South Africa, under the ANC, we are the best, especially in Africa or in many countries in the world, that we can make sure that we realize what has been alluded in the Freedom Charter, where they said that the education will be free for all. However, increased NSFAS funding requires improved internal control, enhanced system for managing and disbursing funds, greater scrutiny of fund management, and strengthening oversight of the distribution of funds to the student. Any system has its weakness and potential threat, Chair. Like I've indicated that when the minister opened this debate, he indicated all the problem and the weakness. For this reason, we would like to raise serious concern about ongoing governance failure, which the minister has already responded, the administrative instability in NSFAS, which as the ANC-led government or as the ANC-led government, we have already identified those unresolved student appeals, delay allowance payments, unpaid accommodation, and others. And Chair, it is also worrisome that over 12,000 students recently lack access to meal and accommodation support because their allowances were frozen during gap investigation, even though they were eligible for funding. Minister, through you, Chair, this issue, as the Select Committee, we are very much disturbed about this because this problem deny those students who have, who qualify to get this fund not to get it. It is also unacceptable that students have to write exam while at the same time being anxious about where their next meal will come from or whether they will be evicted from their accommodation due to instability within NSFAS. If NSFAS perform its function diligently and ensure that proper systems were in place, and there will be minimal academic disruption and financial exclusion. House Chair, what is even more concerning is that the AG report stated that the 2024 financial year, NSFAS received the disclaimer audit opinion. This is the worst audit outcome possible, meaning that the institution financial records were deemed completely unreliable and lacked credible supporting evidence. That is why the minister has taken this harsh action. Furthermore, the primary funding behind the collapse of financial control at NSFAS included data integrity failure, high level of irregular expenditure, and accommodation crisis. Some of the detailed findings included here in the ages is bursary funding to 822 deceased students. That's a shame also. Funding for 14 students whose household income exceeded the required threshold, and double dipping, whereby the system failed to detect 321 students who were receiving funding from both NSFAS bursary and social relief distress. House Chairperson, the reason why I bring this figure in my debate, I wanted to show honorable members that as the ANC, we are not grandstanding about corruption. We will always expose corruption and eventually deal with corruption. Furthermore, thousands of students who did not perform well academically continue to receive financial aid. We therefore call for such abnormality to be urgently addressed, monies wasted to be recovered, and consequence management be implemented against those responsible for this crisis. House Chair, given the current challenges of high unemployment in our country, we need a stronger oversight and accountability mechanism over sector entity to ensure that they perform their primary mandate. Chair, it is our responsibility. I was listening to Honorable Kennedy of the EFF. I know that they will start by saying we reject, but this time around, she forgot to say that he reject the budget. He indicated the issue of weak oversight. I was just disturbed because Honorable Kennedy is an honorable member responsible for oversight in the Department of Higher Education, which up to this far, Chair, we are doing well as the Select Committee to make sure that we are holding executive accountable for anything. That is why we can say all these figures without any doubt. We further need to review programs and functioning of our 21 sector education and training authority to ensure that they are responsive to the challenge of and combating unemployment and skills mismatch. We also call for the increase of public participation and eventually implement of the skill development and amendment bill. Honorable Chair, as I move towards, we want to raise concern over the alleged preferential accreditation practice and gatekeeping within the Quality Council of Trades and Occupant System. And House Chair, as I move towards concluding my speech, I want to indicate something that SACCO continue to play a critical role in safeguarding the integrity of the country education, and labor sector by verifying academic credentials. We therefore applaud SAQA for digital transformation and rollout. And as in closing, Chair, we emphasize that public institutions must serve the people diligently, particularly poor and working class students who rely on state for education opportunity. If we are to realize this real transformation with our economy, this sector is paramount to our nation's success. With those words, let me leave you with the quote by the world scientist Albert Einstein, who said, I quote, "I never teach my people, I only attempt to provide the condition in which they can learn." I therefore call for our institution of higher learning to provide suitable condition and environment for learning and innovation. As the ANC, we therefore support this budget vote 17 without any hassles, and will continue to make sure that we held the executive accountable to make sure that our goal to make sure that the people that this thing in the Freedom Charter to say education will be free for all, we realized. With those few words, House Chair, I thank you. Kia leboha.
Thank you very much, Honourable Mokwele, and thanks to all participants in the debate. I now invite the Honourable Minister of Higher Education to return to the platform and reply to the debate. Honourable Manamela, you have got 5 minutes for your replies.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair, and I must say that I need to thank the honourable delegates for having participated in this debate and also listen very carefully. And I think we, agree more because there are numerous issues that we agree on than, what sometimes the theatre of debate suggests. The MEC, let me start with the MEC Gadi, because I think he's correct with regards to the future which we need to build in terms of artisans and technicians. And also the true measure of this budget will not just be, about how much we spend, but also about how many young people find work, how many build businesses, how many create jobs for others. And this is precisely what we're strengthening, the market intelligence, so that we train for the jobs the economy actually has, in doing so hand in hand with the, Human Resource Development Council. Most of the provinces have launched those. And as I said, our TVET colleges are also aligned to the industrial corridors in provinces such as KZN, Mpumalanga, Gauteng, and the Northern Cape. So we're not training, in abstract. We're training where the economy lives. Secondly, Honorable Masina and to the ANC members who spoke, on issues of youth empowerment, bursaries. I want to encourage provinces to work directly with our SETAs and with the National Skills Fund to reach the young people who are currently reached by no one. And so the instruments exist. So let's ensure that we use them. I've personally met with the premiers of various provinces to try and see how we can work out skills programs that are specifically targeting those particular provinces. Then I agree on the question of expanding access using online learning, and this will be matched by qualified lecturers. Expansion should be matched by standards, and so we'll not open a door only to send young people through, into a qualification that means nothing for the labor market. And then the point the patriotic honourable member from the Patriotic Alliance make on accreditation and articulation. Of course, that articulation is provided within the system. The South African Qualifications Authority is responsible for that. The honourable member from the EFF delivered a very sustained critique of our infrastructure in our TVETs and colleges. And as I said, we're investing a lot of money into this through the infrastructure efficiency grants. I don't agree that we should scrap the levies and give that directly to TVET colleges. I think it's a recipe for disaster, and it's a lighter version of what the DA is proposing. And so both, we find quite rejectionable. Yes, we will reform SETAs, and we will reform the NSF in order to meet, the objectives set. And we've also said to them that they need to be ring-fencing resources to support CET colleges and TVET colleges, and the 40%, 20 to 40% levy. Those are some of the things that we want to look at. The MK party says to the House that they are rejecting the 149.2 billion budget. Now, what this means is we're rejecting 100 billion for our universities. We're rejecting the bursaries that keeps 1.5 million students and over 800,000 TVET students in lecture halls. That's what we basically say. We're rejecting the infrastructure that we will have to rebuild in colleges in the poorer. So we cannot just come to the House and say, no, we reject without the substantive rejections being presented. You can't just reject, wholesale. And I think it's quite counterintuitive, and is not, the way in which we expect members of this House to come and argue and just say we reject. We're rejecting NSFAS that goes into the students. We're rejecting opening the doors of learning, and so I don't think it's a helpful thing. Finally, the question of the NSFAS and others, we all right to be angry. Students locked out of accommodation while the system processes their application, issues of exorbitant private accommodation fees. These are real and they are unacceptable. And that is exactly why the NSFAS has been placed under administration, and exactly these issues that we, seek to resolve, including issues around the missing middle, and issues around the disparities between TVETs, which, by the way, some of them have been dealt with. So we don't intend running away from these problems. We intend dealing with these problems, particularly in dedication and in memory of June 16, and importantly, joining also the chair in memory of our late Vice Chancellor of the University of, the Sefako Makhatu University. May her soul rest in peace. Thank you so much. This was quite a helpful discussion. And I think those who don't agree with the budget, we will, of course, engage with them. But, you cannot just do that to spite the ANC or to spite the government of national unity.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Minister.
People. Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Honourable delegates, we've come to the end of the debate on Budget Vote 17, higher education. And I would like to thank the Honourable Minister Manamela for his participation in the debate and for the inputs that were made. And I want to also thank all the honourable delegates who participated in this very important debate. Honourable delegates, we now proceed to the second order of the day, and that is the policy debate on Vote 38, the Tourism Appropriation Bill B4 2026, which is also a Section 77 bill. Honourable delegates, I now have the honour to call upon the Honourable Patricia de Lille, the Minister of Tourism, to open the debate for 15 minutes. Welcome, Honourable Minister. We always welcome you to the NCOP, and we look forward to engaging with you on this budget vote. You have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, and greetings to all the members, and greetings to the Deputy Minister, the Chairperson of the Select Committee, Honourable members, also greetings to DG Vele, the leadership of South African tourism, all the captains of industry, members of the media, distinguished guests, and my fellow South Africans. Chairperson, this evening at 2300 hours, a flight 157 will depart from Madrid International Airport in Spain and land tomorrow morning at OR Tambo in Johannesburg at 9:50. It will be Air Europa's inaugural flight between Madrid and Johannesburg, operating 3 times a week. Now, this is an expression of confidence in our travel market growth, and it comes on the back of the Cabinet-approved Tourism Route Development Marketing Plan. Our strategy seeks increase direct connectivity while ensuring marketing support and alignment with provincial route development structures. Chairperson, when those passengers from Spain disembark from that Boeing 787 Dreamliner, They will be welcomed by one of the innovations that reflects our vision for tourism growth. It's called the Smart Visitor Information Center at OR Tambo. And this is paperless, technology-driven tourism hub, and it serves as a one-stop gateway to South Africa, showing our diverse tourism offering. We launched it just before the G20 Leaders Summit last year, and the Smart VIC showcase experience from all 9 provinces, ensuring that visitors are introduced not only to our major destination, but also to many hidden gems that make our country so unique. The provincial tourism authorities regularly submit products and experience to this platform, and enabling us to promote a broader range of destinations to both domestic and international travelers. Now, with a record-breaking 10.5 million international arrivals recorded in 2025, initiatives such as the Smart Visitor Information Center form part of our commitment to ensure that the benefits of tourism are shared more widely across our country. Chairperson, we remain resolute that tourism policy is economic policy. Through the 2.54 billion budget allocation for 26-27 financial year, we want to ensure that more provinces, more townships, more small dorpies, more villages benefit from the opportunities that tourism creates. Now, during the State of the Nation address this year, President Cyril Ramaphosa instructed us that we must now promote our unique cultural, historical, and natural attractions that reflect the country's identity. This can include traditional festivals, local crafts, historical sites, and national landscapes across our country and in our rural areas as well. And I am pleased to report, Honourable Chairperson, that we are making progress in this regard. Through our quarterly MINMAC meeting engagements, I have encouraged all the provinces to submit their annual events calendar to us. The Department of Tourism and SAT will then package and promote these events as part of South Africa's diverse tourism offering. This week, for example, and I will be attending on Thursday in Kirkwood, it's called the Wildsfees Festival in the Eastern Cape, where again the experience, Eastern Cape will experience the value of this collaboration firsthand. Festivals such as these attract travelers and to destinations that are often overlooked. They bring new economic opportunities to local communities who have more unique offerings. Chairperson, our flagship tourism trade show continue to play an important role in showcasing provincial tourism products to the world. At Meetings Africa in 2026, all 9 provinces were represented, together with municipalities and tourism businesses from across our country. Similarly, the Africa's Travel Indaba continues to provide a global platform for provincial and municipal tourism offerings. Now, when President Ramaphosa opened up officially the Africa Travels Indaba this year, we committed ourselves to modernizing and repositioning this iconic trade show for a changing global tourism market. We have since invited industry stakeholders and members of the public to submit ideas to ensure that this more than 30-year-old platform remains relevant, innovative, and globally competitive. Chairperson, the South African National Convention Bureau continue to secure major international and regional conferences in our country. In 25-26 financial year, Through the Bureau, we secured 66 international and regional conferences, which will be hosted across multiple provinces and municipalities. To name just a few, Bella Bella, Cape Town, Durban, Garabowe, Hermanus, Johannesburg, Makanda, Mbombela, Polokwane, Skakusa, Sun City, and Tshwane. These events are expected to contribute more than 1.2 billion to the economy of our country. But these are not merely statistics. They represent jobs for South Africans, opportunities for small businesses, and income for local communities. According to Stats SA Satellite account, tourism sustained over 954,000 jobs in 2024, and we contributed 4.9% to the GDP, outperforming sectors such as agriculture, utilities, and construction. Chairperson, economic growth and job creation remain central to the priorities of the Government of National Unity. The tourism sector has aligned itself with the objective through the Cabinet-endorsed Tourism Growth Partnership Plan. And one of the ways we are advancing this agenda is also by unlocking investment in tourism infrastructure. Last year, we launched the first Tourism Infrastructure Investment Summit, where we're showcasing 8 bankable projects valued to more than $1 billion. I'm pleased to report that 3 of the projects have already secured funding. And then building on this momentum, we have now opened up for submissions again from the provinces and the private sector for the second Tourism Investment Summit that will take place in Gauteng on the 30th of September and the 1st of October. And to date already, we have received 22 projects from the public sector and the private sector, and they're currently undergoing screening to ensure that they are investment ready. Chairperson, government is demonstrating confidence in the tourism sector. We continue investment in tourism infrastructure. In 26-27 financial year, the department will hand over various infrastructure tourism projects that the department has invested in. And just to name a few, these include a 19 million rand development in the Nahandeni chalets in the Eastern Cape, in the Northwest at the Lalahutsi Trophy and Bird Hunting Camp. The department injected 20 million rand, while in KwaZulu-Natal at Isububu event facility, the department invested 30 million rand. Now, the private sector equally demonstrating confidence in South Africa's future. Next week in KwaZulu-Natal, the luxury French tourism brand Club Med will officially open its 2.5 billion safari and beach resort in KwaZulu-Natal. This investment is a powerful vote of confidence in South Africa and in the long-term prospects of tourism. The launch will come just a month before the 46th Ordinary Summit of SADC Heads of State and Government will take place in eThekwini in Durban. Chairperson, domestic tourism remains the foundation of this resilient sector. Through our Short Left campaign, tourism businesses submitted discounted travel offers aimed at encouraging South Africans to explore their own countries. In 2025, South Africans undertook 44.7 million overnight trips, generating 111.6 billion in revenue. And what is particularly encouraging is that some of our traditionally lesser visited provinces are recording strong growth. The Northern Cape recorded the highest growth of 58.4%, reaching 1.9 million overnight trips, The Northwest achieved a 34% growth with 4.2 million overnight trips. And KZN has the highest number of overnight trips at 9 million. So these figures demonstrate that collaboration between national government, provincial government, municipalities, and the private sector is beginning to unlock new tourism opportunities. Chairperson, as travel patterns evolve, we are also embracing new kind of accommodation. The short-term rentals are increasingly becoming part of the tourism ecosystem, creating opportunities not only in major cities, but also in townships, small dorpies, and villages. So earlier this year, we gazetted the draft code for good practice for short-term rentals, and the response was significant. We received over 6,700 submissions. So this level of public participation demonstrates the importance of creating an inclusive framework for this growing segment of the tourism economy. And once the analysis of the submissions have been completed, I will then gazette the final code of good practice. Chairperson, South Africa's natural beauty, rich history, and vibrant culture continue to attract film and television productions from around the world because film tells stories. And when those stories are told against the backdrop of South Africa's iconic landscape, they can also inspire travel. Because a study has shown that by Basic Research Institute, that audience who have watched South African content are 3 times likely to visit our country. For example, according to the streaming service Netflix, the local production, The Polygamous, attracted 7 million viewers within the first 2 weeks after release. This is organic soft power in the making because every viewer is a potential visitor and every local location featured on the screen is a potential destination waiting to be discovered. As we continue welcoming tourists to our shores, let us also welcome film crews, content creators, and storytellers, because this demonstrates that film and television are no longer merely cultural products. They are powerful tourism assets that shapes perceptions, influence travelers' decisions, and introduce international audiences to destinations that may never have previously been considered. In conclusion, Chairperson, because when South Africa's story reaches the world and more stories get out to the world about South Africa, the more tourists will follow to come to our beloved country. I thank you for the opportunity, Honourable Chairperson and members.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister, for the inspiring way in which you presented the opening of this debate. And it looks very positive for our country in the tourism sector. Honourable delegates, it now gives me pleasure to call upon the chairperson of the Select Committee on Economic and Trade, that is Honourable Boshoff, who has 15 minutes. Boshoff.
Honourable Deputy Chair, Honourable Minister, Honourable Deputy Minister, Honourable members, fellow South Africans, good afternoon. The Select Committee on Economic Development and Trade has considered Budget Vote 38, together with the 26-27 APP of the Department of Tourism, adopted its report and supports this budget vote. Tourism remains one of South Africa's most strategically important economic sectors because of its ability to stimulate economic activity across multiple industries simultaneously. Its impact extends far beyond hotels and holiday destinations. Tourism supports accommodation establishments, restaurants, transport operators, tour guides, cultural industries, agriculture, aviation, informal traders, and thousands of small businesses across the country. Importantly, tourism remains one of the few sectors capable of generating employment opportunities across the skills spectrum while creating economic participation in both urban and rural communities. Every visitor contributes not only to the tourism sector itself, but also to a broader network of businesses and service providers, creating a multiplier effect that supports economic growth, enterprise development, and job creation. At a time when South Africa continues to face severe unemployment and sluggish economic growth, tourism remains a critical contributor to investment, economic activity, and employment. The department enters the 26-27 financial year with a total allocation of approximately 2.5 billion, compared to approximately 2.43 billion in the previous financial year. While this increase is welcomed, the committee notes that the sector continues to operate within a constrained fiscal environment and that funding growth remains modest when measured against inflationary pressures, infrastructure backlogs, and the strategic importance attached to tourism as a growth sector. Of the total allocation, which is very concerning, Minister, more than 1.2 billion, approximately 54%, of the department's budget is transferred to South African tourism for destination marketing and promotional activities. This remains the single largest allocation within the vote and places a significant responsibility on both the department and South African tourism to demonstrate value for money and measurable economic outcomes. Marketing expenditure must ultimately translate into increased tourist arrivals, longer stays, higher visitor spending, stronger regional economic activity, and sustainable job creation. The committee will continue to monitor whether these investments are delivering measurable benefits for communities across South Africa. The committee notes encouraging signs within the tourism sector. South Africa has continued to experience growth in international arrivals and has exceeded pre-pandemic recovery levels. This progress reflects the resilience of the sector as well as the efforts undertaken by government and industry stakeholders. The committee also notes progress relating to visa reform interventions, including the Trusted Tour Operator Scheme, the digital visa initiatives aimed at improving accessibility into South Africa. These reforms are important because tourism competitiveness is increasingly influenced not only by destination attractiveness, but also by ease of access and visitor experience. The committee further welcomes efforts aimed at expanding source markets and strengthening South Africa's position within an increasingly competitive international tourism market. However, recovery figures alone cannot become the measure of success. The real test is whether tourism growth becomes more inclusive, sustainable, and beneficial to ordinary South Africans. Tourism must increasingly create opportunities for small businesses, township enterprises, rural destinations, and community-owned initiatives. The committee remains concerned that many rural communities, townships, and smaller towns continue to struggle to participate meaningfully in the mainstream tourism economy, despite years of policy commitments aimed at broadening participation. Tourism remains one of the most accessible sectors for small business participation, creating opportunities for guest houses, restaurants, tour operators, transport providers, cultural enterprises, and community-based initiatives. The committee therefore continues to emphasize the importance of ensuring that tourism growth translates into greater participation by SMMEs and locally owned enterprises across all provinces. Under Programme 1 Administration, the committee acknowledges the importance of sound governance, institutional support, and financial management. Strong governance remains the foundation upon which successful tourism development is built. The committee therefore emphasized the importance of maintaining effective oversight, strengthening internal controls, and ensuring that public funds continue to be utilized efficiently and transparently. The committee also considered the observations of the AG. While the department has maintained a positive audit outcome, concerns relating to the reliability and usefulness of performance information remain areas requiring continued attention. Performance information must be reliable, verifiable, and capable of demonstrating whether public expenditure is translating into measurable outcomes. The committee further emphasized, the importance of corrective action and consequence management where weaknesses are identified. Under Programme 2, Tourism Research, Policy and International Relations, the committee notes continued efforts aimed at strengthening tourism research, destination marketing, and South Africa's international positioning. The committee observed that many themes reflected within the annual performance plan, including township tourism, rural tourism, domestic tourism, and transformation, have featured prominently within tourism planning for many years. While policy continuity provides certainty, the recurring nature of these challenges suggests that implementation remains the area requiring the greatest focus. The committee further notes that tourism trends continue to evolve rapidly through digital platforms, ecotourism growth, remote work tourism, and changing traveller behaviour. The department must therefore continue reviewing its policy frameworks and strategies to ensure that South Africa remains competitive and responsive to emerging opportunities. Under Programme 3, Destination Development, the committee welcomes continued investment into tourism infrastructure and tourism enhancement projects. The Working for Tourism program remains one of the department's most visible interventions and is expected to create more than 19,000 work opportunities over the medium term. The committee acknowledges the importance of these opportunities, particularly for young people, women, and vulnerable communities, while emphasizing the need for reporting that demonstrates how temporary opportunities are translated into sustainable employment and enterprise development. The committee also notes that tourism infrastructure serves both visitors and local communities. Roads, visitor facilities, public amenities, and public spaces contribute not only to tourism growth, but also to local economic development and community upliftment. However, concerns remain regarding maintenance backlogs, delayed projects, weak intergovernmental coordination, and deteriorating tourism infrastructure. One matter specifically raised during committee engagements relates to sewer spillages at the Cradle of Humankind and the impact this is having on visitors, staff, and the broader tourism environment. The committee's oversight work continues to demonstrate that many tourism challenges do not originate within the department itself, but arises from weaknesses in municipal service delivery, deteriorating infrastructure, and inadequate coordination across spheres of government. The success of tourism, therefore, depends as much on effective local governance as it does on destination marketing. Under Programme 4, Tourism Sector Support Services, the committee notes continued support for transformation initiatives, enterprise development programs, and tourism incentives. The committee welcomes interventions such as the Green Tourism Incentive Program, the Tourism Grading Support Program, market access support initiatives, and broader enterprise support programs. These interventions remain important in supporting emerging tourism enterprises and improving competitiveness within the sector. The committee further emphasised the need for stronger post-support monitoring and impact assessment. Parliament must be able to assess whether beneficiary businesses remain operational, whether jobs are sustained, and whether public investment is translating into lasting economic value. The committee also encouraged improved transformation reporting so that Parliament can better assess who is benefiting, where beneficiaries are located, and whether interventions are resulting in sustainable enterprises and meaningful economic participation. Honourable House Deputy Chair, the committee remains concerned that safety continues to influence tourism competitiveness. While South Africa offers world-class tourism attractions, concerns relating to crime and visitor safety continue to affect destination perceptions. Tourism growth in townships, villages, and rural areas, will depend not only on infrastructure investment, but also on creating environments where visitors and communities feel safe and welcome. The committee further notes the importance of strengthening domestic tourism. Global uncertainty, geopolitical tensions, and economic volatility continue to affect international travel patterns. South Africa, therefore, cannot rely exclusively on inbound tourism. Domestic tourism must become a stronger pillar of long-term sector sustainability and a key mechanism for supporting businesses during periods of international volatility. However, domestic tourism continues to face pressure from rising fuel costs, broader cost of living pressures, and declining household disposable income. These realities require innovative approaches to stimulate local travel and improve affordability. Tourism possesses enormous potential to contribute meaningfully towards economic growth, local economic development, and employment creation. However, the true measure of success is whether tourism translates into jobs, investments, sustainable enterprises, and meaningful economic activity within communities across South Africa. Tourism cannot succeed through the efforts of the department alone. It requires functioning municipalities, reliable infrastructure, safe communities, and coordinated action across national, provincial, and local government. The committee welcomes the progress that has been achieved in restoring tourism activity. However, the challenge before us is no longer recovery, but implementation. Tourism cannot succeed through the efforts of the department alone. It requires functioning municipalities, reliable infrastructure, safe communities, and coordinated action across national, provincial, and local government. South Africans must see tangible returns from every rand invested in tourism through jobs created, businesses sustained, infrastructure improved, and communities empowered. The committee, Honourable Deputy Chair, will continue exercising robust oversight to ensure that the considerable potential of this sector is translated into measurable benefits for the people of South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Boshoff, and I hope you get over that cough pretty soon. Honourable delegates, we now move on to the next contributor to this debate, and that's the Honourable Dr. Skripal, who has 7 minutes.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chairperson, Eerbare Minister, Deputy Minister, fellow members, and my mede-Suid-Afrikaners. What do we sell to the world? Overseas visitors stay 8 to 14 days and then they fly home believing that South Africa is Cape Town, a game lodge, and an airport in between. But I know, Minister, as the former mayor, you will agree that Cape Town is worth the visit and it works. But our domestic picture is not better. In early 2025, 4 provinces, KwaZulu-Natal, Limpopo, Gauteng, and Mpumalanga, took 64 of all domestic trips, while the Eastern Cape and the Free State slipped further behind. We are a continent-sized country selling an island-sized itinerary. The places that need jobs and dignity, most are the places tourists never see. The Free State is treated as a drive-through province. Net so uur of 2 se ry suid van Johannesburg, in die Noord-Vrystaat, naby Parys, aan die oewer van die Vaalrivier, lê die Vredefort koepel. Dit is nie net sommer nog 'n mooi plek nie. Dit is die oudste en om presies te wees 2023 miljoen jaar oud en is 290 kilometer groot, wat die grootste bevestigde meteoriet-inslagstruktuur op aarde deur UNESCO in 2005 as 'n wêrelderfenisgebied verklaar is en die 7de sodanigste terrein in Suid-Afrika. This site should be a tourist magnet that creates local jobs, yet Vredefort Dome has been standing idle since 2005. 24 million was spent on the building. In 2022, it remained closed and inoperable due to poor planning and lack of political will. The then MEC pledged 15 million, and then again, 2024, the department, through the DBSA, a new contract for 24 million was appointed. So over 60 million rand spent, and still the residents of Ngwati is not benefiting from it. It was meant to open this year, but on Saturday when I was there, the only thing that I saw moving was the free roaming cattle because the fence has been broken and anyone could access that area because there was no security on site. As ons die Vredefort koepel regmaak, verkoop ons nie net 'n klippie nie. Ons skep geleenthede en werk vir die plaaslike gemeenskap. Dit is wat toerismebegroting behoort te doen. Wat kort ons dus? Nie skoonheid nie betekenis nie, net organisasie. So minister, wanneer sny ons die rooi stryk by die Vredefort koepel? Minister, rural areas remain invisible because of 7 concrete barriers. First, our last mile access. We have poor roads, few regional flights, and no affordable transfers, making a destination that is 300 kilometers away effectively unreachable, like the Vredefort Dome. To get there from all sides, the potholes look like meteors. Second, the invisible product. The rural lodge or activity that cannot be found, booked, or paid for online simply does not exist to the tourist. The budget should support websites, Google Business Profile development, and public-private online booking systems for small tourist businesses. Third, packaging. Tourists buy routes, not dots. Without a curated multi-stop itinerary that strings small towns together, each node competes alone and loses. Across the country, provinces have official and provincial tourism roads, but how many of our members here can name one of them? Fourth, basic services, water, electricity, clean ablutions, and a cared for town centre are non-negotiable. If our municipalities are not working for residents, they are not working for tourists. Fifth, safety and perception. One viral incident erases years of marketing. This is why the LEAP program of the Western Cape is making the province a tourist selection of choice. As of 2025, the LEAP officers in Cape Town have made over 40,000 arrests since inception in 2020. 6. Skills, finance and ownership. Rural and community-owned enterprises struggle to access finance and markets. And 7. Seasonality and thin demand. A flower bloom town busy for 3 weeks cannot sustain hotels or staff. We will not fix this by chasing only foreign arrivals. Domestic tourism is the foundation. South African tourism calls it the nucleus of the tourism economy. We need permanent shore-left style programs with shoulder season deals to undervisited provinces. If we discover our own backyard that turns heritage into pride, events into secondary towns over long weekends, well-signed, safe tourings for road tripping and investment in township and community-owned tourism, so that authenticity and benefit will go hand in hand. But this will not be possible until more funds are invested in training, upskilling, and resources are allocated to provide experience to students entering the tourism industry. Fellow members, countries with no gold, no oil, or diamonds thrive on tourism because they organize their geography. We have richer assets and deeper stories, from the Vredefort Dome to Namakoland's flowers. Yet we are content to sell 5 postcards. Let this budget end that complacency. Let's light up South Africa as a whole, so that visitors who come from Cape Town leave having seen the Free State sandstone, the Kalahari sky, and the wild coast. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Skrehokel. We now move on to the next contributor, and that is the MEC from the Eastern Cape, the MEC for Economic Development and Tourism Affairs, Honorable Peters, for 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, Honorable MECs, Honorable members of the NCOP, viewers at home. With your permission, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, can I switch off my camera?
Yes, you may, Honorable MEC.
Thank you.
As Eastern Cape, we continue to position tourism as one of the province's most powerful economic growth sectors, creating jobs, stimulating investments, supporting small businesses, and driving inclusive development in both urban and rural communities. In alignment with National Budget Vote 38, the Eastern Cape has intensified efforts to develop tourism infrastructure, enhance the destination competitiveness, and unlock the economic potential of our diverse tourism regions, including the Wild Coast, Sunshine Coast, Karoo Heartland, Amatole, Frontier Country, Friendly N6, Tsitsikamma, Bavians Kloof, and Greater Ado. Tourism remains one of the few sectors capable of generating employment opportunities across multiple value chains, including accommodation, transport, food services, arts and crafts, tour operations, cultural industries, and community enterprises. Every visitor that enters our province supports local businesses, sustains jobs, and contributes directly to household incomes. During the first quarter of 2026, the Eastern Cape recorded an impressive 1.4 million trips, representing growth of 40.1% compared to the previous period. Visitor expenditure reached 4.1 billion, reflecting a remarkable increase of 144.9%, while bed nights grew to 5.4 million, representing growth of 121%. The province also recorded the second longest average stay nationally at 3.9 nights, demonstrating that visitors are not merely passing through our province, but are increasingly choosing the Eastern Cape as a destination where they spend more time and money. These are the fruits of our collective efforts that have translated into increased occupancy rates for accommodation establishments, higher revenues for tourism operators, improved business opportunities for local suppliers, and greater economic activity within our towns, villages, and cities. Efforts which have ensured that the Eastern Cape increasingly wins the hearts of tourists and thus becoming a destination of choice for leisure, culture, heritage, adventure, and nature-based tourism. We have, as the Eastern Cape government, further strengthened our international footprint through participation in the African Travel Indaba, which was held in KZN. It is during this globally recognized platform where we seize the opportunity and showcase our unique tourism offerings, engage with international buyers, and strengthen trade relationships with key source markets. Capitalizing on the two Eastern Cape tourism MSMEs who were afforded the opportunity to participate and market their products internationally. Tourism unlocks doors for future business partnerships, investment opportunities, and market expansion. This is precisely what the MSMEs experience. Sport has become a significant contributor to tourism growth and economic activity within our province. The successful hosting of the Rugby Championship Under-20 tournament in Gqeberha brought international teams from Argentina, Australia, and New Zealand to our shores, while the recent Springbok feature on 20 June 2026 generated significant excitement and visitor movement. These events demonstrate the growing role of sports tourism as a catalyst for economic development. The economic benefits of major sporting events extend far beyond the stadium gates. Hotels, guest houses, restaurants, transport operators, informal traders, and tourism attractions all benefit from increased visitor numbers. Such events create temporary and permanent employment opportunities while injecting millions of rand into local economies. Sport tourism, therefore, remains an important pillar in our strategy to grow visitor numbers and diversify tourism offerings. On our reputation as a globally significant ecotourism destination is entrenched in the recognition of Mkambat as South Africa's 31st Ramsar site and the first Ramsar site in the Eastern Cape. The successful hosting of World Wildlands Day and Ramsar site celebration. The Ramsar designation is beyond being a conservation accolade. Its opportunities for sustainable tourism development, environmental education, scientific research, and community participation, placing a responsibility upon us to ensure that these valuable ecosystems continue to support biodiversity conservation, water security, climate resilience, and sustainable livelihood for surrounding communities. Eastern Cape continues to strive to be a destination of choice for tourists by strengthening destination marketing. These exertions find expression in our strategic partnership and support for major events such as the National Arts Festival and other flagship cultural, heritage and sporting events, initiatives which not only attract visitors but also showcase local talent, celebrate our rich cultural heritage, and create opportunities for township and rural enterprises to participate in the tourism economy, inclusive tourism at play. Tourism infrastructure remains a critical enabler of growth. Through collaboration with municipalities, national government, and strategic partners, we continue to invest in tourism facilities, visitor amenities, destination signage, access roads, and tourism products that enhance visitor experiences while ensuring that communities derive direct economic benefits from tourism development. Our objective is to create world-class destinations that are accessible, competitive, and sustainable. Furthermore, public-private partnerships continue to play a critical role in enhancing tourism infrastructure within our nature reserves and protected areas. These partnerships not only contribute towards improved tourism facilities and conservation outcomes, but also ensure that communities neighboring protected areas derive tangible socioeconomic benefits through employment, enterprise development, and skills transfer. The transformation of the tourism sector remains central to our development agenda. We are committed to ensuring that the economic benefits generated by tourism are shared more equitably amongst historically disadvantaged individuals, youth, women, persons with disabilities, and rural communities. And as Eastern Cape has therefore intensified support for tourism, MSMEs, cooperatives, and community-owned tourism enterprises through targeted enterprises, development intervention, tourism grading support, market access programs, mentorship initiatives, and capacity building opportunities, working closely with the Eastern Cape Parks and Tourism Agency and other strategic partners who are creating pathways for emerging businesses to participate meaningfully within tourism value chain. Particular emphasis has been placed on youth empowerment. Young people continue to benefit from tourism skills, development programs, experiential learning opportunities, and participation in provincial and national initiatives. Mainstreaming of women in every aspect of economic development is not a favor but an obligation. The Eastern Cape Province is working with the Women in Tourism Eastern Cape to strengthen the participation of women within the sector. We provide a platform for engagement, networking, information sharing, and strategic planning to ensure that women are better positioned to benefit from opportunities within the sector. Tourism is not merely about attracting visitors. It is about building resilient local economies, creating opportunities where people live, preserving our heritage, and ensuring that the prosperity generated by the sector reaches every corner of our province. We continue to build the Eastern Cape we want, the South Africa we want, to ensure a better Africa and a better world. As Eastern Cape, we support the budget vote. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. We shall now move on to the next contributor to this debate, and that is the Honorable Mabilo, who has 15 minutes. Honorable Mabilo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to the Honorable Minister, greetings to the Honorable Deputy Minister, greetings to all the Honorable members, special delegates, and the community at large. To Melamba Hayecho. The African National Congress rises in support of Budget Vote 38. This debate takes place during a historic year in our democratic journey. We celebrate the 30th anniversary of our Constitution, a Constitution founded on dignity, equality, and opportunity for all. We also commemorate the 70th anniversary of the Women's March, a defining moment in the struggle for freedom and justice. We also commemorate the 50th anniversary of the student uprising in Soweto. Honorable House Chair, these milestones remind us that the work of transformation continues, and tourism remains one of the most effective tools available to advance economic inclusion, job creation, and community development. House Chair, Deputy Chair, tourism is not merely about travel. Tourism is about jobs. Tourism is about small businesses. Tourism is about dignity. Tourism is about economic inclusion. Tourism is about putting food on the tables of South African families. As the Minister correctly stated, tourism is part of South Africa's growth engine in action. The success of tourism sector over the past 3 decades demonstrates the progress that this democratic country has made. Since 1994, South Africa has transformed from a country isolated from the global community into one of the world's most attractive tourist destinations. Our natural beauty, cultural diversity, heritage sites, wildlife attractions, and world-renowned hospitality continue to attract millions of visitors from across the globe. Deputy Chair, the numbers speak for themselves. According to statistics, South African tourism satellite account, tourism contributed a total number of 4.9% to South Africa's GDP in 2024, outperforming sectors such as agriculture, utilities, and construction. More importantly, tourism sustained approximately a total number of 954,000 direct jobs to our economy. This means tourism now supports 1 in every 18 jobs in South Africa. For every 13 international tourists who arrive in our country, 1 job is created and supported. These statistics, Deputy Chair, confirm that tourism is not simply a leisure activity. It is a major economic sector and a powerful instrument for inclusive growth. Deputy Chair, the resilience of the tourism sector deserves the necessary recognition. The sector has overcome global economic downturns, the COVID-19 pandemic, and increasing international competition. Despite these challenges, tourism continues to recover and expand. In 2024, despite these challenges, tourism continues to recover and expand. In the year 2024, South Africa welcomed a record of 10.5 million international visitors. In the first quarter of 2026 alone, more than 2.9 million international tourists visited our country, representing growth of 12.6% compared to the one period last year. These figures demonstrate growing international confidence in South Africa as a tourist destination. Deputy Chair, domestic tourism remains the backbone of the sector. Domestic tourism expenditure reached a total number of 111.6 million, exceeding international tourism expenditure, which was 102.2 billion. Our Chair, these figures demonstrate the progress that we are making, and South Africa remains a tourist destination globally. Therefore, our Chair, this achievement must be supported, and it goes as well as strengthening job creation and contributing positively towards local economies. When South Africans travel within their own country, they support guest houses, they support restaurants, tour operators, transport providers, cultural attractions, and countless small businesses. Domestic tourism, therefore, remains a critical pillar of our local economic development. Deputy Chair, one of the most significant developments supporting tourism growth has been government's effort to improve access to South Africa. The ANC-led government of national unity understand that if tourists cannot access our country easily, they will choose other destinations. This is why government has prioritized visa reforms and air connectivity. The electronic travel authorization system has already been introduced in China, India, Indonesia, and Mexico. The electronic travel authorization system is the way to go. Travelers from these countries can now obtain visa outcomes digitally within 24 hours. This is a major step towards forward in modernizing South Africa's tourism system and making our country more accessible. The department estimates that the full implementation of the system could contribute between 80,000 and 100,000 additional jobs. At the same time, Deputy Chair, government continues to expand air access through new international routes connecting South Africa to key markets. More flights means more tourists. More tourists mean more spending. More spending means more jobs. Tourism, Deputy Chair, is uniquely positioned to uplift communities and stimulate local economic development. The ANC-led government of national unity welcomes the continued emphasis on villages, townships, and small dorpies. For too long, tourism opportunities were concentrated in a limited number of destinations. Today, government is deliberately supporting tourism development in rural areas, townships, and small towns to ensure broader participation in the tourism economy. The success of projects such as Godumodumo in the Free State, the Dinosaur Interpretation Center in the Free State, demonstrates how tourism infrastructure can transform local economies. Since its launch, more than 90,000 visitors have already visited the site, bringing economic opportunities also into the surrounding communities. Similarly, investment in tourism infrastructure across provinces continue to diversify tourism opportunities and spread economic benefits more equitably. Deputy Chair, government is also supporting cultural and heritage tourism. South Africa's liberation history, cultural traditions, museums, heritage sites, indigenous knowledge systems remain important tourism assets. These attractions preserve our history, strengthen our social cohesion, and generate economic opportunities and benefit for local communities. Tourism, therefore, Deputy Chair, continues not only to economic growth, but also to nation building. This budget before us reflects government's commitment to tourism growth and transformation. For the year 2026-2027 financial year, the Department of Tourism has been allocated a total number of 2.54 billion, including 1.27 billion transferred to South Africa's tourism for marketing and sector growth. This investment will strengthen destination marketing, support tourism development, improve competitiveness, and drive visitor growth. The Tourism Growth Partnership Plan, adopted by government and industry, provides a clear roadmap towards achieving the National Development Plan targets by the year 2030. These targets include increasing international arrivals to 15 million, increasing domestic tourism expenditure, expanding direct tourism employment to 1 million jobs. Deputy Chair, the ANC-led government of national unity also supports efforts to fast-track the amendment of the Tourism Act to ensure a more responsive, modern, competitive tourism sector. At the same time, we remain committed to accountability, transparency, and clean governance. Where concerns are raised, investigations must proceed without fear or favor, and public resources must always be utilized in the interest of people. Deputy Chair, tourism remains one of the most inclusive sectors of our economy. Tourism creates opportunities for women. Tourism creates opportunities for youth and young people. Tourism creates opportunities for small businesses. Tourism also offers opportunities for people living with disability. It unites, it uplifts communities. It drives local economic development. It promotes South Africa to the world. As President Cyril Ramaphosa correctly stated at the Africa's Travel in Durban, tourism distributes economic activity across communities and possesses enormous employment potential. For the ANC-led government of unity, Deputy Chair, tourism is not merely a sector. Tourism is a vehicle for transformation. Tourism is a vehicle for economic growth. Tourism is a vehicle for job creation. For these reasons, Honorable Deputy Chair, the ANC proudly supports Budget Vote 38. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mabilo, for your input in this debate. We now move on to the next contributor, and that is the chairperson of the Agriculture, Economic Development and Tourism Portfolio in the Western Cape, Honorable Masipa. You have 10 minutes.
Honorable Chairperson, members of the NCOP, Minister, Deputy Minister, South Africans at large. Today we debate Budget Vote 38 on tourism with heavy hearts. The tourism sector has lost one of its true icons, a man who embodied entrepreneurship, township tourism, and community upliftment. I speak of Ndate Mzoli Ncosele, founder of the famous Mzoli's Place in Gugulethu. Born and raised in Gugulethu, Mzoli transformed a simple township business into a globally recognized tourism destination. Local and international visitors alike knew that a trip to Cape Town was incomplete without experiencing the unique atmosphere, hospitality, and Shisanyama culture that Mzoli created. Springbok rugby players, business executives, celebrities, diplomats, and ordinary South Africans all found themselves sharing meals at Mzoli's Place. May his soul rest in peace. His success demonstrated that tourism can do when opportunities meet entrepreneurship. Yet his story also reminds us of what happens when crime, extortion, and lawlessness are allowed to flourish because police departments are embroiled in criminal activities. Tourism was the backbone of his business. Like many others, he survived economic shocks and uncertainty, but the combined impact of COVID-19, extortion, gangsterism, and crime dealt a devastating blow to township economies. The Western Cape continues to showcase its natural beauty, cultural heritage, and hospitality to the world. International rankings consistently place Cape Town among the world's most desirable destinations. We welcome these achievements. However, behind these accolades lies an uncomfortable reality. Township tourism and community-based tourism are increasingly threatened by crime, gun violence, and gangsterism and extortion. Where is the Department of Tourism in supporting efforts to combat the criminality that is destroying tourism opportunities in our communities? The Democratic Alliance believes in creating opportunities for people to improve their lives through hard work, entrepreneurship, and economic participation. Opportunity should never belong to criminals. It should belong to entrepreneurs, workers, and communities seeking to better their future. Residents are not safe, businesses are not safe, tourists are not safe, even government officials are not safe in many communities. When visitors fear entering townships, when businesses owners are forced to pay protection fees, and when communities live under the threat of violence, tourism cannot thrive. The reality is, Honorable House Chair, the reality is that tourism is being hamstrung by the failure of policing. The ANC has ensured that South African police service remains understaffed, under-resourced, and often unable to respond effectively to the realities of crime in many communities. This has enabled ANC cronies to loot with criminals frequently arrested, only to return to the streets and continue victimizing businesses and residents. South African tourism remains consumed by governance challenges, investigations, and leadership instability at a time when the sector requires focus, certainty, and execution. Multiple investigations and review processes have raised serious concerns about governance, accountability, and financial oversight within the entity. The continued expenditure associated with prolonged suspension, the recurring investigation, and leadership uncertainty, Minister, raises legitimate concern about accountability, value for money, and the overall stewardship of a key institution responsible for driving tourism growth and attracting investment. For years, we have had strategies after strategies, framework after framework, and master plan after master plan, yet communities are still asking a basic questions. Where are the results? The department continues to produce numerous strategies, but Parliament struggles to measure tangible outcomes from their implementation. Minister, how many jobs have been created directly as a result of these strategies? How many tourism enterprises have been sustained? How many businesses have been protected from extortion? How many businesses have been retained because safety has improved? These are the outcomes that matter. The National Rural Tourism Safety Strategy is a good example. Without a clear rural safety framework and measurable implementation targets, the strategy risks becoming another well-written document with limited impact on the ground. This department, Minister, need to take safety serious and demonstrate to tourists its role in safety plan of visitors. The department appears to be suffering from what can only be described as a strategy fatigue, abundance plans, and a shortage of delivery. Honorable members, the Western Cape has recently endured devastating floods that caused extensive damage to infrastructure, businesses, and livelihoods. Many tourism establishments, guest house, farms, restaurants, and attractions suffered losses that will take years to recover from. The Tourism Incentive Program exists precisely to support tourism infrastructure development and recovery. Western Cape rightfully asks whether the department has assessed the damage, engaged affected businesses, and considered targeted interventions to assist tourism establishment in rebuilding and reconnecting with visitors ahead of peak summer season. Particularly concerning is the impact on agritourism. The farming community plays a significant role in the Western Cape tourism, offering through wine tourism, farm stay, agricultural experience, and rural tourism destination. Flood damage has affected not only agricultural production, but also tourism activities that sustain rural economies. The Department of Tourism cannot stand on the sideline without intervening. Recovery requires a coordinated whole of government and whole of society response. Protecting jobs and rebuilding livelihoods demands all sectors to work together. Turning to the budget itself, the Democratic Alliance knows the allocation of 2.54 billion rands for the 2026-2027 financial year, an increase from 2.37 billion. We welcome the continued investment in destination marketing through the transfer of 1.278 billion to South African tourism. We also welcome efforts aimed at improving visitor safety, including the allocation of 300 million rands towards the Tourism Safety Monitors program. However, funding alone is not enough, Minister. The department must demonstrate that these investments are producing measurable improvements in safety of our visitors, business confidence, and job creation. Similarly, Minister, concerns remain regarding transformation funds and empowerment initiative. Many small business owners continue to report that accessing support remains difficult due to excessive red tape, complex requirements, and administrative burdens. The Tourism Equity Fund and related programs cannot succeed if the very entrepreneurs they seek to support abandon applications because the process is simply too cumbersome. Transformation should empower entrepreneurs, not frustrate them. Honorable members, Tourism is one of South Africa's greatest economic assets. It creates jobs where people live. It supports small businesses. It promotes entrepreneurship. It brings investment into communities that desperately need economic opportunities. But tourism cannot flourish where criminals rule. No amount of marketing can compensate for unsafe community. No strategy can replace effective implementation. No master plan, honorable members, can succeed where extortion and gangsterism are allowed to destroy businesses. If government is serious about growing tourism, it must become equally serious about tackling crime, reducing red tape, supporting disaster recovery, and ensuring that public funds translate into measurable outcome. The best tribute we can pay to pioneers such as Ntate Mzoli is not another strategy document. It is creating an environment where the next Mzoli can build a business, employ local people, welcome visitors from across the world, and prosper without fear of criminals, extortionists, or government bureaucracy. That is the tourism economy South Africans deserve. I thank you, Honorable House Chair. We do support this budget vote. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masipa, for your input. Honorable delegates, we now move on to the next presenter in this debate, and that's Honorable Farmer for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairperson, and I hope I'm audible. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister, honorable members, I greet you in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. Chairperson, tourism is often viewed as a leisure industry, but for millions of South Africans, tourism is not leisure. It's a job and income, a business opportunity, food on the table, and it is hope. That is why the Patriotic Alliance supports this budget vote, because tourism remains one of the most powerful tools available to grow our economy, create jobs, and uplift communities. The numbers speak for themselves. Tourism now supports nearly 1 million direct jobs and continues to be one of the country's strongest contributors to economic activity. It contributes significantly to GDP and creates opportunities across every province of our nation. Chairperson, what makes tourism unique is that it reaches places where many other industries do not. A mine and a factory cannot exist everywhere, but tourism can. Tourism can create opportunity in a fishing village, in a small Karoo town, in a rural community, and in communities that have too often been forgotten. For the Patriotic Alliance, that is important because we believe economic growth must not be concentrated only in major cities. It must reach our people. Honorable members, we welcome government's continued investment in destination marketing through South African tourism. We welcome the Tourism Growth Partnership Plan and the focus on domestic tourism and international arrivals, and we welcome efforts to position South Africa as a world-class destination. However, tourism growth cannot happen in isolation. It depends on communities that are able to benefit from visitors arriving in the areas. Chairperson, one of the greatest threats to tourism remains crime. A tourist who is robbed does not only become a victim, that tourist becomes a negative ambassador for our country. One bad experience can influence thousands of future travelers. Patriotic Alliance therefore calls for stronger cooperation between the tourism sector, subs, municipalities, and provincial governments to improve tourist safety, and visitors must feel welcome and safe. Honorable members, as members from the Western Cape know, recent severe storms once again reminded us how vulnerable communities and tourism infrastructure can be. Areas such as West Coast and parts of the Garden Route experienced severe weather impacts that damaged roads, public facilities, and tourism assets. When tourism infrastructure is damaged, local economies suffer. When visitors stay away, jobs are affected, and when roads are closed, businesses lose income. This is why climate resilience, infrastructure maintenance, and disaster recovery must form part of tourism planning going forward. Chairperson, we also believe tourism must become a greater vehicle for small business development. Tourism should not only be measured by arrival numbers, it should be measured by building sustainable livelihoods from it. And remember, South Africa possesses extraordinary assets. Our wildlife, our beaches and mountains, Our history, our cultures, and our people, few countries can offer what South Africa does. The challenge, therefore, is not whether we have something worth seeing. The challenge is whether we manage it properly, market it effectively, and ensure that local communities benefit from it. Chairperson, the Patriotic Alliance supports Budget Vote 38 because we recognize tourism as a sector of opportunity. We support efforts to ensure tourism becomes a true driver of inclusive economic growth. In closing, let us continue building a tourism sector that is safe, competitive, inclusive, and proudly South African. Because when tourism grows, communities grow. When communities grow, the economy grows. And when the economy grows, South Africans prosper. Salute.
Salute. Thank you very much, Honorable Farmer. We now move on to the next presenter in this debate, and that's the Honorable Madonsela for 8 minutes. Honorable Member. Thank you. You may begin for 8 minutes.
Greetings to your good self, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of this House. Chair, the Umkhonto Sizwe Party rises to participate in this debate on Budget Vote 38, tourism. Tourism remains one of the most powerful economic sectors in South Africa. The Portfolio Committee itself acknowledges that international arrivals reached 10.5 million visitors in 2025, exceeding pre-pandemic levels and supporting approximately 1.88 million jobs across the country. Tourism is not merely about leisure and travel. It is about economic transformation, job creation, community development, and restoring dignity to millions of South Africans who remain excluded from the meaningful participation in the economy. Yet, despite these impressive figures, the reality confronting our people tells a different story. The tourism economy continues to benefit a small elite, while the majority of our communities remain spectators in an industry that should be transforming their lives. Villages, townships, and rural communities continue to be excluded from mainstream tourism economy. The question before us is simple. Who is benefiting from tourism growth? The MK Party notes that Department of Tourism has been allocated 2.54 billion for the 26-27 financial year. While government celebrates this increase, the committee itself correctly observed that allocation remains inadequate and does not correspond with tourism's contribution to economic growth and employment creation. Tourism contributes close to 10% of South Africa's economic activity, yet receives a fraction of resources required to unlock its full potential. This reflects government that speaks about economic growth, but fails to invest meaningfully in sectors that can create jobs quickly. Honorable members, the MK Party is particularly concerned about continued concentration of tourism benefits in major metropolitan areas, while rural communities are neglected. KwaZulu-Natal possesses some of the most significant cultural, historical, and natural tourism assets in Africa. Yet, communities in rural Zululand, Umkhanyakude, Herikwala, and Amajuba, and many parts of our province continue to suffer from poverty, unemployment, and underdevelopment. The committee correctly highlights that there is insufficient evidence how villages, townships, and small towns will benefit from tourism programs. This is a serious failure. Tourism cannot be transformed while the communities living next to tourism attractions remain poor. Tourism cannot be regarded as inclusive when the local people remain unemployed, while outside investors reap the benefits. The MK Party believes that tourism development must be rooted in economic justice. Communities must become owners, investors, and beneficiaries, not merely laborers. Local people must participate throughout the tourism value chain, from accommodation and transporting to catering, cultural tourism, and to tour operations. Honorable Chair, the report further exposes serious governance weaknesses within sovereign tourism. More than half of the department's budget ultimately flows to sovereign tourism, yet governance concerns continue to emerge. The committee raises concerns about both failure to account properly before Parliament, deficiency in performance measurements and weakness in financial management, and inadequate monitoring system. This raises fundamental questions about accountability. South Africa are asked to trust in the institutions that themselves struggle to demonstrate transparency and good governance. The MK party cannot support a situation where billions of rands are allocated without clear mechanism to measure impact, value for money, and tangible benefits for ordinary citizens. The issue of job creation is also demands serious scrutiny. Government frequently announces thousands of work opportunities through programs such as Work for Tourism. While the programs receive a substantial increase, this remains no effective mechanism to determine whether these temporary opportunities translate into sustainable employment. Temporary jobs may create positive statistics for the government's reports, but they do not solve unemployment. Our people do not need short-term contracts that disappear after a few months. They need permanent jobs, sustainable enterprises, and ownership opportunities. They need an economy that empowers them to build wealth for future generations. Honorable members, the MK party is equally concerned about safety and security. Tourism cannot flourish in an environment where visitors and local communities feel unsafe. The report correctly identified concerns regarding tourism safety programs that remains concentrated in traditional tourism hubs, while townships and rural areas receive limited attention. KwaZulu-Natal has experienced significant reputational damage over the years due to crime, instability, and inadequate policing. If government is serious about tourism growth, it must prioritize safety, infrastructure, visible policing, and community-based security initiatives. Tourists will not visit destinations they perceive as unsafe, regardless of how much money is spent on marketing campaigns. The report also highlights the absence of clear strategies to address seasonality, infrastructure delay, and lack of measurable outcomes for marketing expenditure. These shortcomings point to a broader governance crisis where plans are announced, budgets are allocated, but the implementation is weak. The MK party believes that tourism should be used as a strategic tool for radical economic transformation. We must prioritize heritage tourism, cultural tourism, and township tourism that reflects the history, culture, and identity of our people. We must invest in rural tourism infrastructure, roads, digital connectivity, and community-owned tourism enterprise. We must ensure that tourism wealth remains within communities instead of flowing out to large corporates. In KwaZulu-Natal, tourism has potential to become a powerful weapon against poverty and unemployment. However, this will only happen if government abandons current top-down approach and places community at the center of the development. In conclusion, Chair, the MK party acknowledges the importance of tourism as a driver of economic growth and employment. However, we remain deeply concerned about inadequate funding, weak governance, poor accountability, exclusion of rural communities, and the failure to convert tourism growth into a meaningful economic empowerment for the majority of South Africans. Tourism must serve the people, not statistics. It must uplift the communities.
Thank you very much, Honorable Madonsela. Your time has expired. Thank you very much. Honorable members, we now move on to the next contributor to the debate, and that's Honorable Montwedi for 14 minutes.
Ke a leboga Modulasetulo e re ke tle ka go dumedisa Modulasetulo gape ke tla ke dumedise maloko otlhe a komiti a ntlo e ya rona ya NCOP. House Chair, honorable members, today we debate the 2026-2027 annual APP of the Department of Tourism at a time when the sector should be a catalyst for economic recovery, job creation, and rural development. Tourism has the potential to lift communities out of poverty, stimulate local economies, and position South Africa as a global destination of choice. But Chairperson, the APP before us does not reflect the urgency of a sector in crisis. It does not reflect the lived realities of communities. It does not reflect the frustration. But who's this person who's undressing in front of the camera now? What's happening now?
Please continue, Honorable Member.
The APP does not reflect the urgency of a sector in crisis. It does not reflect the lived reality of communities. It does not reflect the frustrations of SMMEs, and it certainly does not reflect governance failures that continue to cripple South African tourism. Tourism is not failing because South Africans are not traveling. Tourism is not failing because the world does not want to visit our country. Tourism is failing because the institutions responsible for marketing and supporting the sector are failing the people they are meant to serve. Chairperson, let us speak plainly about the APP target. The target has been repeated for 5 consecutive years and missed every time. Repeated for 5 consecutive years and missed every time. We know this to be true, as South African tourism has no functional domestic marketing strategy, no provincial partnerships, and no credible safety plans. And we are told that this department will support 100 SMME through market access program. But where are the names? Where are the provinces? Where is the budget? The target is not costed, not provincialized, and not linked to real entrepreneurs like Bologang Sichoko and Freiberg, Torisho Moeng, Yvonne Shopi, Ausmisi Sikhadebe, Tiro Mwaketsi. This department also tells us that it will implement the tourism safety program in all provinces. Yet there are no operational budgets, no SAPS integration, no provincial deployment plan. It claims that it will increase international arrivals by 8%. Yet it does so with no global brand campaign. With South African tourism in chaos, with no digital strategy, there's no target, it is wishful thinking. Chairperson, when we speak about tourism, we are speaking about real people, young entrepreneurs, rural farmers, township innovators who are fighting every day to enter the tourism value chain. Let me now speak about them by name. There is a young boy, Bolokang, who is a young broiler farmer from Freiberg, Bolokang Sichoko. There's Torisho Moeng, a vegetable farmer with the capacity but no access. There's Yvonne Shopi, a hardworking young woman, producer, locked out of procurement. There is Ausmisi Sikhadebe, a black farmer who has done everything right but remains excluded. There's Tiro Mwaketsi, a young farmer who can supply lodges today but cannot break through procurement walls. These are the people the APP should be speaking to. These are the people the department should be fighting for. These are the people who should be benefiting, and many other South Africans that remain outside and not benefiting. Chairperson, the department claims that the sector has transformed. Doctor, the department claimed that the sector has transformed, but the facts tells a different story. As ownership patterns remains unchanged, black ownership has not moved beyond 30% in 5 years, and in some subsectors it has declined. Procurement remains captured as less than 10% of procurement in major tourism establishment goes to black-owned suppliers. Less than 10% goes to black-owned suppliers, while less than 3% goes to rural producers. This is why Bolokang, Torisho, Yvonne, Osmisi, Tiro, and many others remains excluded. Market market access programs are just not reaching real entrepreneurs. And so we reject the budget of the department that claims to support SMMEs but cannot produce a list, province, budget, or any measurable outcome. We also reject the budget of a department that has ensured that tourism grading remains elitist, as township and rural establishment cannot afford grading fees and meet unrealistic requirements. We rejected the budget of a department whose market access support program benefits the same SMME every year and does not include farmers. We reject the budget of a department whose tourism equity fund was announced with excitement, yet has collapsed under litigation with no single rural entrepreneur benefited. And we reject the budget of a department that has a women in tourism program. That is just a concept. It has no budget, no structure, and no measurable outcome. Chairperson, real transformation means procurement from local farmers. It means hotels, lodges and restaurants must buy from Bolokang Sichoko, Torisho Moeng, Yvonne Shopi, Mrs. Kadebe, Tiro Mongaketsi, and many other entrepreneurs that we find in most corners of South Africa. For transformation is not a workshop, it is a contract. Township and rural tourism must be funded not with pilots, not with conferences, but with capital. Youth training must lead to jobs, and every program must include placement, mentorship, and procurement. South African tourism must be stabilized. Transformation cannot happen while South African tourism is collapsing. The global brand campaign must be restored and must include Black-owned creative agencies like Worldwide Works Public Relations. Minister, we reject this budget vote as you're not doing any of these things. Chairperson, we must also confront the uncomfortable truth. The role played by the minister to stabilize the sector has just not been enough. For 3 years, the sector has been crying out for decisive leadership. Instead, we have seen delayed interventions, reactive decision-making, and silence during governance crisis. When South African tourism was collapsing under internal warfare, where was the minister? When service providers like WWP were being victimized, where was the minister? When global brand campaign was abandoned, where was the minister? When the tourism equity fund collapsed, where was the minister? When SMMEs were excluded, where was Minister Patricia de Lille? When rural farmers were locked out, where was the minister? Chairperson, leadership must match the scale of the crisis, and unfortunately, the leadership provided by the minister does not match the scale of the crisis that we find in this sector. Chairperson, the time for excuses is over. The time for selective accountability is over. The time for protecting executive who abuse power is over. South Africa deserves a tourism sector that works. South Africa deserves leadership that serves. South Africa deserves institutions that honor the Constitution. As long as the Council exists, we as the EFF, we will ensure that no executive, no CEO, no suspended CEO, no CFO, and no corrupt network will ever stand in the way of that mandate. With those submission, Chairperson, ke rata gore ke go leboge for nako e o mphileng yone gore le rona as the EFF re tle re tlhagise ntlhakemo ya rona mo budget voting e ya ga mme wa rona e leng me Patricia de Lille. Ka makalo modula stilo ke lebogile thata.
Thank you, Honorable Mutweji. The next participant in this debate is the Honorable M.M. Sochu, the Deputy Minister of Tourism. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me from the onset just apologize because I don't think that my video will be clear at your side because I'm using a small phone of mine. My gadget has failed me. Thank you very much. Let me take this opportunity and thank you, Chair, Minister of Tourism, Mr. de Lille, the Select Committee Chairperson, Ms. Boshoff, MECs from all provinces, honorable members, our DG Vele, and his team from the Department of Tourism, distinguished guests. For 3 decades, our constitution has stood as a beacon of dignity.
Honorable TM, you can switch
Come
off
again?
you can switch off your video because you don't see your face.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Yeah, I was struggling. I'm using my phone. My gadget has just failed me. Thank you very much. As I have said, Chairperson, we commemorate Youth Month and mark the 50th anniversary of the 1976 Youth Uprising. We are reminded of the sacrifices made by generations of young South Africans who fought for a future founded on justice, equality, and human dignity. Their courage helped shape the democratic South Africa we enjoy today and trusted us with the responsibility of ensuring that freedom is accompanied by opportunities, especially for the young people who will inherit and shape our nation's future. Key to this, our 7th administration is inclusive economic growth and job creation, reducing poverty and high cost of living, building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. Premised on the Constitution, we are reminded that democracy must not only secure political rights, but also create pathways to economic participation, social inclusion, and shared prosperity for all South Africans. Tourism has demonstrated meaningfully strives to honor that legacy by creating opportunities for young people, especially women and people with disability. Chairperson, as we reflect on our progress, we are reminded that the true measures of development lies not only in national achievement, but in whether opportunities reaches our provinces, our districts, our municipalities, our villages, and our townships and rural communities. This is why the National Council of Provinces remains such a vital institution within our democracy. Tourism is often viewed through the lens of travel and leisure, as alluded to by most of the speakers who've spoken before myself. Yet, tourism is a comprehensive reflection of effective and efficient service delivery. For example, roads without potholes, clean and safe environment, enabling bylaws opportunities, the sector, and that is why we refer to the tourism policy as a comprehensive economic policy. In essence, tourism sustains businesses, supports livelihoods, and stimulates local economic activity. A tourist is an investor in the local economy. Every overnight stay, meal purchased, attraction visited contributes to economic activity that supports South African families. When tourism grows, it improves overall service delivery. Chairperson, through the Tourism Growth Partnership Plan, government and industry have committed themselves to growing international arrivals to 15 million visitors by 2029. And to achieve this, demand-led skills are prioritized as a key focus area to enhance service excellence and to standardize experiences across destinations South Africa. Success cannot be measured only by the number of visitors we attract. It must also be measured by whether the benefits of tourism are felt. This emphasizes the important role of transformation within the sector. The department has successfully reinstitutionalized Tourism Transformation Council of South Africa, TTCSA. This is also supported by National Treasury's approval for a budget to enhance its function. I'm sure Honorable Montgomery will be very excited to hear this. Visitors experience South Africa through our people, our culture, our heritage, our cuisine, and our creativity. Inherently, this sector compels the interaction of people from different cultures. This is why the department continues to support tourism development in villages and townships and small dorpies, as I have mentioned. It is important for provinces and municipalities to develop event policies to guide the strategic support for hosting of festivals and events, as they play a critical role in activating local tourism economy. They create reasons for people to travel, they encourage overnight stays, they increase visitor spending, they support accommodation establishment, restaurants, transport providers, artists, performers, crafters, and informal traders. In many towns and communities, annual festivals and events have become important economic lifeline. The likes of your province, Makufe Chairperson, in your province, the Free State, and many other provinces. A successful festival is not simply an event, it is an economic stimulus package for a local community. Whether it is a cultural celebration, heritage commemoration, foods festival, music event, or sporting event, these gatherings create opportunities for local businesses while strengthening destination visibility, preserving local culture, and building community. Chairperson District Development Model remind us about the importance of a collaborative approach. Through the one plan approach, tourism becomes part of a broader ecosystem of local economic development, infrastructure investment, enterprise development, skills development, and as mentioned above, tourism is indeed a comprehensive service delivery. This enables tourism priorities to be integrated into district and municipal planning processes, ensuring that tourism contributes meaningfully to local development outcomes. Therefore, tourism contributes not only to visitor experience, but also to broader developmental outcomes within district and municipalities. This integrated approach helps ensure that tourism investment delivers lasting value to communities while supporting developmental priorities of local government. Chairperson, across the country, the department continues to invest in tourism infrastructure that expands participation in the tourism economy and unlock opportunities to communities that have historically been excluded from mainstream tourism growth. Just to mention a few, in the Eastern Cape, Matonzi Lodge demonstrates how tourism investment can support rural development through a community ownership model that promotes local participation and economic inclusion, which we will be launching this coming week on Wednesday. This project represents an investment of more than 31 million and has created employment opportunities while strengthening the tourism offerings of Amatole district in the Eastern Cape. In KwaZulu-Natal, the Banganek campsites project is helping to unlock economic opportunities for communities adjacent to the Isimangaliso Wetland Park while strengthening nature-based tourism experiences. In the Free State, the Hodumodumo Dinosaur Interpretation Center has become a significant tourism attraction, recording more than 100,000 visitors within first year of operation and demonstrating the potential of heritage tourism to stimulate local economic activity. Honorable Mabilo, it is now more than 100,000, no longer 90,000. That's the latest stats. In the Western Cape, the Cape Agalas Lighthouse Precinct project has enhanced one of South Africa's iconic tourism attractions while supporting heritage preservation and local tourism development. Chairperson, transformation remains central to our vision for tourism growth. A growing tourism sector must also be inclusive. Transformation is not only about ownership, it is about participation, it is about access, it is about ensuring that more South Africans can enter, benefit, and help shape and future of the tourism economy. Ke nagana ne se ke tshilo ka re rona re sebetsa mmogo le National Treasury re nkile qeto ya gore re tsoseletse ka gobane re batla go bona gore sector ena rona e transformed gore batho ba rona kaofela e be le bona ba kgona gore ba na le sengwe se ba se fumanang ka hara lefapha lena. Tourism growth also depends on visitor confidence. As chairperson of the National Tourism Safety Forum, I remain committed to strengthening collaboration between government, law enforcement agencies, municipalities, and industry stakeholders to create safer tourism environment. I must also indicate that the issue of the safety of all South Africans is the responsibility of the South African police. Hence, the forum, the safety forums, is led by the South African police together with the department and other stakeholders. Every journey begins with anticipation and with an expectation of safety. Programs such as the tourism monitors continue to contribute to visitor support and destination safety, while participation across government helps strengthening our collective response to tourism safety challenges. A safe destination is a comprehensive destination. A safe destination is a successful destination, and a safe destination is a sought-after destination. Hence, our priority, Chair, is the safety of our tourists. The story of tourism is ultimately a story about people. It is the story of a young person finding their first job in hospitality. It is a story of a creative artist, an entrepreneur opening a guest house, a tour company, a restaurant, and many other innovative and technology-based sector solutions. As we look ahead, our task is clear: to ensure that the growth of tourism is matched by the growth of opportunities, that every new visitor creates new possibility for South Africans, and that is the benefit of tourism, are shared among broadly across our provinces, district municipalities, villages, and townships, as I have mentioned. When the future generation reflects on the choices we made during this period of renewal, they should be able to say that we did more than grow tourism. We used the tourism to build stronger communities, create lasting opportunities, and bring the promise of our democracy closer to the lives of our people. When tourism grows, South Africa rises. When communities thrive, South Africa leads. And when opportunities reaches every corner of our nation, the promise of freedom finds its fullest expression, and the promise of our constitution becomes a lived reality of South Africa. Minister Delil, I know you are trying your best. I'm here as a deputy minister. Let us drive this sector. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister, for articulating effectively the programs of the Department of Tourism. Honorable delegates, the next participant in this debate is Honorable T.P. Matibe, the MEC for Economic Development, Environment, and Tourism of Limpopo, the home of Mapungubwe National Park. Over to you, sir.
Limpopo. Thank you very much, House Chairperson, honorable members, honorable Minister and Deputy Minister, the permanent and special delegates to the NCOP. Tourism remains one of the most people-centered sector of our economy that creates jobs, support families, empowers women, youth, as well as people living with disabilities, while stimulating local economies. The sector provides pathways for meaningful economic participation. We have witnessed the significant growth in tourism visitation in the last few quarters as a nation, which has translated to considerable economic stimulation, resulting in other direct economic spin-off for our people. As a province, we recognize the National Department of Tourism's introduction of Tourism Growth Partnership Plan, a working compact between public and private sector with measurable targets to accelerate this growth. Government and the industry have jointly adopted this plan as a sector growth plan for the future, in support to the Tourism Minister's sentiments on tourism policy is economic policy. Limpopo's Economic Development, Environment and Tourism has reviewed and will now be implementing the Limpopo Tourism Growth Strategy. Limpopo Tourism Growth Strategy supports the National Tourism Growth Partnership Plan by driving coordinated destination marketing, inclusive participation, localized economic growth. It translates national partnership plan goals such as expanding opportunities and boosting GDP into regional initiatives centered around clustered focused initiatives. This plan, Limpopo Tourism Growth Strategy, focuses on strengthening destination positioning of Limpopo province by defining and developing a clear destination positioning strategy and architecture anchored in Limpopo's competitive advantage and by implementing a unified, insight-driven destination marketing program. It drives inclusive economic growth and employment through tourism, cluster-based tourism development to support inclusive growth, as well as to support SMME integration into tourism and value chain and local supply chain. The strategy enhances tourism products, cluster routes, develop and strengthen priority tourism routes and corridors to improve visitor dispersal with initiative to develop, package and promote market-ready tourism experiences and itineraries. It advances sustainable, climate resilient and conservation-led tourism, strengthening biodiversity conservation and conservation-linked tourism development, as well as integrate climate resilient and disaster risk management into tourism planning and infrastructure. We are using this strategy to strengthen governance partnership programs delivery, establish and strengthen governance and coordination structure across tourism system by aligning tourism priorities with municipal IDPs, spatial development frameworks, and provincial planning frameworks, ensuring monitoring and reporting. And lastly, this strategy attracts investment and unlocks tourism opportunities, facilitate tourism investments in priority nodes and routes by developing and packaging bankable tourism projects through prioritized investments, pipeline and promoting, facilitating public-private partnership. South Africa's National Convention Bureau secured 66 international and regional conferences expected to contribute over 1.2 billion to the country's economy between 2025 and 2030. The secured MICE events are scheduled to take place across the range of cities and towns, including Villa Villa, Cape Town, Durban, Johannesburg, Makanda, and many other cities. In support of this initiative, Limpopo will be promoting the MICE sector meetings, incentives, and conference and exhibition by hosting the Africa Tourism Leadership Forum in September this year. This will be augmented by South African Principal Association National Conference, Explore Limpopo Tourism Market, and the National Cooperatives Day celebration hosted by the Department of Small Business. The Kruger National Park House chairperson has officially celebrated its centenary in 2026, marking 100 years since the formal proclamation of the park in 1926. A year-long festivities are running under the theme Our Heritage, Our Future, reflecting on the century of biodiversity, protection, tourism, and heritage management. A major focus on the celebration is revitalizing and implementing historical memorandums of understanding. Tourism safety remains a critical priority for the growth and sustainability of tourism sector. A destination's reputation is not only built on attraction offering, but also on safety and quality of the visitor's experience. Tourists who do not enjoy a safe and pleasant experience are unlikely to return and may discourage others. The department continues to engage on programs like tourism, roadside awareness campaign. This is a program embarked on during peak holiday season, Easter and festive period. The campaign is a joint operation with other government departments like the Department of Community Safety. Transformation and community participation are at the center of our tourism development agenda. The department continues to support community-owned tourism projects such as homestay initiatives that allow communities to directly benefit from tourism. On the 28th to the 30th of June, department will be supporting homestay exchange programs for 12 community members from Piring to Makoshu village. Building a sustainable tourism sector requires investment in people. We are encouraged by growing participation of young people in tourism sector. To this effect, the department launched Limpopo Youth in Tourism last year. On the 3rd of July, Limpopo Youth will convene their first time coming from across 5 districts. This is a demonstration of our commitment to empowering young people within the tourism value chain. Through initiatives such as this, we are building a next generation of tourism leaders and entrepreneurs. The department continues to implement tourism awareness programs, targeting educators, learners across the province. In partnership with the Department of Tourism, we continue to promote tourism awareness in schools through Career Expo dialogue debates for TVET students on current tourism focus. Through initiatives such as this, we are building the next generation of leaders and entrepreneurs. As a department, we remain committed working together with stakeholders to ensure that tourism continues to improve the lives of our people and contributes meaningfully to the growth of the provincial economy. And as a province of Limpopo, we support the budget vote 38. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Matibe. The next participant in this debate is Honorable S.L. Sitole, a delegate from the Northwest, the home of Pilanesberg National Park. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, House Chair. If you can allow me to switch off my video because I'm using my phone.
Agreed.
Okay, no, thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me just take this opportunity to greet the Chair of the NCOP and the Deputy Chairperson, Minister and Deputy Minister of the Department of Tourism, Chief Whip of the NCOP, House Chairpersons, Honorable Members, Africa Borwa Dumelang. As the Setswana proverb reminds us, "Moremogolo go betla wa taola wa motho wa ipeta." This powerful proverb teaches us that progress requires discipline, accountability, and initiative. This budget must therefore carve a path towards tourism growth in our country. It must be guided by discipline in implementation, accountability in governance, and initiative in unlocking new opportunities for investment, job creation, and economic growth. Honorable members, tourism remain one of the most important sectors of our economy. It creates jobs, supports small businesses, drive investment, promote cultural exchange, and contributes significantly to economic growth. Most importantly, it provides opportunities for thousands of South Africans who may otherwise struggle to find employment in a challenging economic environment. It is therefore concerning that the tourism sector continues to face both emerging and long-standing challenges that threatens its growth and sustainability. The recent surge in anti-migrant sentiment and related incident in parts of South Africa has had a direct impact on the tourism industry. South Africans' tourism has confirmed growing cancellation of bookings as concern mount among international visitors regarding the safety and the stability of our country. Perception matters in tourism. A visitor deciding where to spend their money has many options, and negative headlines can quickly influence travel decisions. This House must therefore add its voice in condemning all forms of violence and intimidation directed at immigrants and foreign nations. Such action damages South African international reputations, undermines social cohesion, and threatens livelihood in sectors that depend heavily on tourism. Illegal immigration remains a legitimate concern globally and for all South Africans. Government has a responsibility to ensure that immigration laws are respected and effectively enforced. However, lawlessness cannot be addressed through further lawlessness. Social revolt, intimidation, and violence are not solutions. The only sustainable approach is the fair, lawful, and effective enforcement of immigration legislation by the relevant authorities. Honorable House Chair, the economic consequences of instability and violence are often felt most severely by ordinary citizens. KwaZulu-Natal, where many of these incidents have been most pronounced, relies heavily on tourism as a key pillar of its economy. The province attracts millions of domestic and international visitors annually who support businesses both large and small. When tourists cancel their booking, it is not only the large hotel groups that are affected. It is the women selling handmade crafts along the beachfront. It is the tour guide who depends on seasonal visitors. It is the waiter serving meals in a local restaurant. It is the taxi operator transporting tourists between destinations. It is the young graduate employed at the Tourism Information Center. It is the thousands of workers whose livelihood depends on a thriving tourism sector. Every cancelled booking has a ripple effect throughout the economy. Yet, businesses such as honorable members, South Africa is blessed with extraordinary tourism assets. Few countries can match the diversity of experience that our nation offers. We boast some of the world's most beautiful coastlines, the iconic Table Mountains, the magnificent Drakensberg mountain range, world-renowned wildfire destinations such as the Kruger National Park, vibrant cultural heritage, site and communities rich in history and tradition. We all have ingredients necessary to become one of the leading tourism destinations in the world. Yet, despite these advantages, we continue to underperform relative to our potential. The challenges facing South Africa is not a lack of attraction. The challenges is a structural constraint that prevent us from fully unlocking the economic value of this attraction. Tourism business continue to face obstacles relating to visa regulations, limited air connectivity, poor transport infrastructure, unreliable municipal services, crime, and inadequate destination management. These challenges increase cost, reduce competitiveness, and discourage both tourists and investors. If we are serious about growing tourism, we must address these barriers with agency. We welcome the Tourism Growth Partnership Plan and call for its effective implementation. The time for plans has passed. The time for delivery is now. Honorable House said the story of Mr. Thuso Monagara to illustrate both the opportunities and the challenges within the tourism sector. Mr. Monagara is the founder of the Lovisto Tour in Mahikeng, Mobukoni Bupirima. Like many entrepreneurs, he saw an opportunity to showcase South Africa's rich cultural diversity and the natural beauty of visitors from around the world. His vision is not simply about running a business, it is about creating jobs, supporting local communities, preserving cultural heritage, and contributing to economic development. Yet businesses such as his continues to face significant structural challenges. Lengthy visa processes discourage potential visitors, limited air access, reduced connectivity between destinations, inadequate municipal service affect the visitor's experience and undermine confidence in tourism destination. Poor road maintenance, unreliable water supply, and insufficient public infrastructure all have a direct impact on tourism growth. The challenges faces Mr. Monagharatu are shared by countless tourism operators across South Africa. These challenges are not impossible. They do not require extraordinary intervention. They require commitment, coordination, innovation, and effective government. Honorable Minister, ensuring the safety of every visitor will strengthen South Africa's image as a world-class tourism destination. Safety is not luxury. It is the fundamental enabler of growth in the tourism sector. The department must strengthen its collaboration with the South African police services and municipal law enforcement agencies to combat crime, protect visitors, and ensure that tourism both feel safe and are safe while traveling throughout our country. A safe and welcoming environment encourages repeat visits, attract new travelers, boost investors' confidence, and support sustainable growth across the tourism value chain. By prioritizing safety and security, we can strengthen South Africa's competitiveness and unlock the full potential of our tourism sector. Honorable members, tourism has the potential to play a significant role in addressing South Africa's most pressing socio-economic challenges. It is a labor-intensive sector capable of creating employment opportunity across skills levels. It provides opportunity for youth, women, and rural communities and small businesses. It stimulates growth in accommodation, transport, agriculture, and arts and craft, entertainment, and many other sectors. The potential, it is there. The opportunities are there. What is needed now is leadership, effective implementation, and a commitment to creating a safe, welcoming, and competitive tourism sector. Let us work together to remove the barriers to growth, unlock investment, and build a tourism industry that benefits every corner of our country. If we get tourism right, we will create jobs, drive economic growth, and improve the lives of countless South Africans. As the African National Congress, we support Budget Vote 38. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Sithole Jobe. Honorable delegates, the next participant in this debate is Honorable P. Swart from the Western Cape, the home of the Table Mountain National Park. Over to you, sir.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, Honorable Members and fellow South Africans, good evening. The Democratic Alliance recognizes the enormous potential of tourism as one of South Africa's most important economic drivers. According to the department's own APP, South Africa welcomed more than 10 million international visitors in 2025, with continued recovery and growth in both domestic and international tourism markets. Tourism is not simply about holidays, but about the jobs and empowerment it can produce. It is about small businesses, restaurants, guest houses, tour guides, artists, markets, and local economies. But South Africa's tourism industry is not growing fast enough. Not because of lack of potential, but because of weak governance, because of corruption, collapsing infrastructure, and failed state administration continue to hold us back. The APP speaks about inclusive growth, destination competitiveness, and an improved visitor experience. But a beautiful plan on paper means very little when the reality on the ground tells a different story, Honorable Minister. How do we attract thousands more tourists when roads are filled with potholes, passenger rail systems are failing, crime threatens visitors, ports and airports underperform, water and electricity crises continue, and historical tourist sites are falling apart? Honorable Chairperson, we constantly hear that tourism is a priority, but priorities are not measured by speeches, but by implementation. In its APP, the department refers to infrastructure, projects and tourism facilities that must be developed. Our challenge in South Africa is not our ability to make plans in this country. Our challenge is our inability to deliver projects on time, within budget, and without mismanagement and corruption. In my own province, the Western Cape, the upgrading of the southernmost lighthouse in Cape Agulhas took almost 2 years longer to complete than planned and became increased cost. This symbolized a bigger problem in South Africa. And while projects are delayed, communities lose income, people lose job opportunities, and South Africa lose credibility as a world-class tourism destination. Tourism cannot flourish in a country where infrastructure is collapsing. No international marketing campaign can hide the damage caused by dirty towns, unsafe streets, deteriorating monuments, weak municipal service delivery, and dysfunctional state institutions. We saw this failed clean-up in real time as the G20 approached in Johannesburg. We must also ask why so many tourism projects were announced over the years, yet so few received sustainable maintenance and long-term support. In previous administrations, it was common to see new buildings without maintenance plans, projects without real local economic impact, and public funds being spent without measurable outcomes. Tourism development must become more decentralized. Local communities, municipalities, and provinces that demonstrate good governance, safe environments, and clean towns should be rewarded with more support and investment. Tourism grows where there are stability, safety, cleanliness, functional infrastructure, and public confidence. It is no coincidence that the Western Cape continues to be formed as South Africa's strongest tourism destination. That success is built on better governance, stronger financial discipline, and greater accountability. Chairperson, the Western Cape has shown what is possible when tourism is treated as an economic growth sector rather than a government program. In 2025 alone, 1.5 million international visitors spent 25.9 billion in our province, accounting for a quarter of South Africa's international tourism revenue. International arrivals grew by 11.1%. Cape Town International Airport recorded more than 11 million passengers movements, and visitor spending reached record levels in our province. The question for the minister is not whether tourism can create jobs. The Western Cape has already proven that it can. The real question is why the national government is not replicating these successes across the rest of South Africa. Honourable Chairperson, the APP refers to job creation through expanded public works program projects, skills development, and support for SMMEs. These are positive initiatives, but South Africa does not need temporary EPWP positions alone. South Africa needs a growing economy. We need investor confidence, policy certainty, and a capable state that functions effectively. The greatest enemy of tourism in South Africa is not a lack of potential, but corruption. Corruption that steals money intended for infrastructure. Corruption places unqualified cadres in critical positions. Corruption delays projects and destroys international confidence in our country. Honourable Chairperson, the DA supports tourism as a powerful instrument for economic growth, job creation, and hope. But we will never remain silent while taxpayers' money is wasted, infrastructure collapses, and projects fail. South Africa has everything required to become one of the world's leading tourist destinations. The natural beauty, the people, the culture, the history, and the talent. Yes, Minister, tourism is growing, but growth is not enough. We remain far from where we should be. and far from what this remarkable country can achieve. What is missing is a consistent, honest, and capable government. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Swart, for your input. The next participant in this debate is Honorable K.M. Zondi, the MEC for Economic Development, Tourism, and Environmental Affairs from KwaZulu-Natal, the home of the Tuwe Game Reserve.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. We welcome the opportunity to participate in this policy debate on Budget Vote 38 on tourism. A budget allocation of 409,122,000 has been provided for the Tourism Development Program within KwaZulu-Natal Department of Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs for the 2026 and 2027 financial year. This allocation includes transfers to the Tourism and Film Authority and the KZN Sharks Board, both of which have mandates directly linked to tourism development. The allocation will support the implementation of the province's tourism development mandate and the delivery of key programs aimed at promoting tourism growth and sustainability. Of this budget, 66.6% is allocated to our public entity, the KZN Tourism and Film Authority, in order to intensify the province's efforts to position KwaZulu-Natal competitively within domestic and international tourism and film markets through integrated destination marketing, business and tourism development, investment promotion, and creative industry support initiatives. The aim is to deliberately unlock opportunities that contribute to economic activity, investment attraction, and growth within the tourism and film industries across the province. These initiatives, Honorable House Chairperson, unlock opportunities. These initiatives, Honorable House Chairperson, have yielded positive results. For example, during the 2025 financial year, international travel to KwaZulu-Natal grew by 13.4% to 806,127 visitors, generating an estimated spend of 5.5 billion rand. Of these visitors, 72.4% originated from the African continent. On the domestic front, overnight trips in South Africa increased by 11.1% to 44.7 million. KwaZulu-Natal remained the #1 destination in South Africa, attracting 8.9 million trips and recording tourism growth of 19.8%. Domestic visitors spent approximately 21.4 billion rand in the province during 2025. Under the current circumstances, tourism's contribution to the KwaZulu-Natal economy stands at approximately 6%. Honorable Chairperson, investment in tourism infrastructure and product development remains a matter of critical importance and fundamental to unlocking the full growth potential of the tourism sector and driving inclusive economic development across our province. Through deliberate and sustained investment in tourism assets, we can enhance destination attractiveness, stimulate demand, and create meaningful economic opportunities for our people. During the financial year, the department will focus on supporting the infrastructure upgrade of lodges owned by local communities, especially those located within game reserves, thus recognizing their critical role in driving inclusive economic participation and enhancing destination offering. In line with the priorities of the 7th administration, investment in cultural and heritage tourism also remains a key strategic focus, ensuring that the province's rich heritage assets are preserved, leveraged, and positioned as catalysts for sustainable growth and community development. Priority projects include, among others, the following. 1, the development of the Emakosini Valley, known as the Valley of the Kings, located near Ulundi. This 24,000-hectare heritage park serves as the final resting place of 7 early Zulu monarchs and offers a profound insight into Zulu history and wildlife. 2. Upgrades to the Somkanda Game Reserve, a malaria-free community-owned Big 5 reserve spanning 12,000 hectares of pristine Zululand bushveld. And thirdly, refurbishments to the Hlutluwe Imfolozi Park Hilltop Camp, which offers panoramic views across the Hlutluwe Imfolozi Game Reserve, extending to Lake St. Lucia and the Indian Ocean. These initiatives are aimed at boosting destination appeal, deepening community participation, and advancing inclusive economic growth, particularly in rural areas. This infrastructure and product development program will further extend to the upgrading of beaches and dams as key strategic assets within coastal and marine tourism. The initiative seeks to diversify tourism experiences through complementary inland attractions and waterways, thereby increasing visitor length of stay and overall expenditure. Honorable House Chairperson, partnerships and collaboration remain fundamental to growing tourism. As the province of KwaZulu-Natal, we continue to invest in building strategic partnerships, platforms that bring tourism stakeholders together to engage on issues of critical importance to the sector and identify opportunities for growth. One such platform is the Provincial Tourism and Investment Committee, PTAC, a legislated structure established in terms of the KwaZulu-Natal Tourism and Film Authority Act. As chairperson of this committee, I convene mayors from district, local, metropolitan municipalities to assess the state of tourism in our province, and most importantly, to identify opportunities for expansion and investment. We also continue to support and formalize the establishment of community tourism organizations following the adoption of the KwaZulu-Natal Community Tourism Organization Strategy in 2024-2025. The department also recognizes the critical role of tourism in addressing youth unemployment and creating sustainable livelihood. To this end, 82 tourism and hospitality graduates and students have been recruited to participate in the 2026 Tourism Graduate Development Program, which will last for a period of 24 months. We are aware that one of the foremost barriers to entry into South African tourism industry stems from high capital requirements and limited access to credit, which disproportionately affect small and medium tourism enterprises and accelerate the sustainable, seeking to compete with established multinational operators. To address this challenge, the province of KwaZulu-Natal...
Honorable Zondi, can you stop a little bit? On the side of the ICT, the timer is no longer there. What's the problem? ICT? ICT? Because Honorable Zondi will have a free rein then if you don't have the time there. I'm going to count to 3. If you don't respond to that, I'll allow him to finish his speech. 3, 2, 1. Finish your speech, Honorable Zondi.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. I also could see that the clock disappeared, but I'm concluding now. Honorable House Chairperson, it is widely acknowledged that tourism is a private sector-driven industry. As such, the interest and insights of the tourism trade remain central to our efforts. If we are to position tourism as a primary driver of inclusive economic growth and job creation, government and industry must work hand in hand to build a stronger and more competitive tourism sector for KwaZulu-Natal. In conclusion, Chairperson, our pursuit of driving tourism and investment into KwaZulu-Natal and improving regional accessibility, the provincial government, through our Route Development Committee, Durban Direct, continues to pursue new connectivity opportunities. This includes leveraging major infrastructure developments such as the Club Med Resort on the North Coast to build compelling business cases for new direct flights from various international markets. In this context, we pledge our support to this budget vote on tourism. I thank you, Honorable House Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable MEC. Can the ICT please ensure that the timer is on? Can the ICT ensure that the timer is on? The next participant in this debate is Honorable S.J. van der Beek from the Northern Cape, the home of the Big Hole. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, Minister, and members of the House. Imagine a quiet, unspoiled corner of our magnificent South African bushveld. It's dusk, the sun dips low on the horizon, painting the sky in warm hues of orange and purple. Animals stir gently as they prepare for the night. Birds settling in the trees, antelope alert yet calm. In the distance, the warm glow of a campfire flickers, and a delicate plume of smoke drifts in the evening breeze. This, honorable members, is the perfect tourist scene for me. One of peace, beauty, and renewal. Around a campfire, stories are shared, bonds are forged, and weary travelers find rest and inspiration. Other tourists, however, seek renewal and rest in world-class hotels or vibrant sporting events. All this is tourism. When we return our attention to the Department of Tourism, the scene around their campfire is far from peaceful. The flames are restless, and the smoke carries unease rather than reassurance. Chairman, the committee report accurately reflects the current realities, showing persistent leadership challenges and concerns around tourist safety, to name but a few. While we have heard of action plans and programs, much remains to be done. Minister, before the fire of this debate burns out tonight, let us address the critical issues with urgency and resolve. First, we urge the immediate appointment of a permanent, competent board for South African tourism. One, comprised of individuals with proven industry experience, not political patronage. Second, the leadership vacuum in the department must be filled with tourism trade professionals who can restore stability and confidence. Third, all outstanding investigations must be concluded without delay, ending the wasteful expenditure on salaries for suspended officials. Fourth, we must halt fruitless and wasteful spending, particularly on contentious media contracts. Honorable members, the tourism industry is mature and capable. It's time to harness genuine private sector partnerships and reduce unnecessary state control. The private sector can and does market South Africa very effectively. Our focus should shift decisively to practical enablers such as streamlined e-visas, reliable airline connectivity, targeted investment in roads and signage, and the development and community-based tourism products. These are the areas where the department's budget must be prioritized. Above all, the safety of tourists is not optional, it is fundamental. A secure environment supported by effective policing and strong community partnerships is the bedrock upon which visitors can truly find their joy in our diverse landscapes and rich cultural heritage. Chairman, tourism has the potential to be a crown jewel of our economy, driving GDP growth, creating sustainable jobs, and fostering meaningful rural development. Let us kindle this campfire with wisdom and care so that its smoke signals a warm welcome to the world rather than a warning. The VF Plus remains committed to holding this department to the highest standards of accountability. We will continue to offer practical governance-driven alternatives rooted in economic freedom and service delivery for all South African citizens. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Van den Berg. The next participant in this debate is the Councillor S. Mabale Huma, the SALGA representative. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chairperson and Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, Honorable Minister and the Deputy Minister of Tourism, Honorable Chief Whip of the NCOP, Honorable MECs, Honorable Members. Throughout South Africa's economic journey, tourism has remained one of the country's most resilient and enduring sectors. When traditional pillars of the economy such as mining, manufacturing, and other industries have faced decline, restructuring, or economic headwinds, tourism has continued to create opportunities, sustain livelihoods, stimulate local enterprise, and inject much-needed income into communities across urban centers, townships, small towns, and rural areas. Its unique ability to generate employment, support small businesses, attract investment, and unlock the economic potential of places makes it far more than a sector. It is a catalyst for inclusive growth and local development. Tourism has repeatedly demonstrated a resilience that few sectors can match. Across the world, when economies have faced financial crises, natural disasters, pandemics, or industrial decline, tourism has often been the first sector to recover and the last to surrender. As global tourism leaders have observed, resilience is embedded in the DNA of tourism. It continues to create livelihoods, attract investment, and sustain local economies even during periods of profound economic uncertainty. It is against this backdrop that SALGA welcomes the budget vote and commends the Minister for positioning tourism not merely as a sector of opportunity, but as a strategic instrument for economic inclusion, job creation, and social upliftment. The recognition of tourism as a vehicle for dignity, livelihoods, and shared prosperity resonates strongly with local government, where the benefits of economic activity are experienced most directly by communities and where the success of tourism ultimately translates into tangible improvements in people's lives. SALGA knows with appreciation the continued growth of the tourism sector as reflected in its contribution to GDP and employment. Even in periods of economic uncertainty, tourism has demonstrated remarkable resilience, consistently outperforming several traditional sectors of the economy. This confirms tourism's strategic importance as a stabilizer and driver of inclusive growth, particularly for municipalities where alternative economic opportunities may be limited. Of particular importance is the strong performance of domestic tourism, which has proven to be the backbone of the sector. SALGA fully supports the department's continued effort to stimulate domestic tourism, recognizing that it provides a critical buffer during periods of global instability and fluctuating international travel trends. Strengthening domestic tourism ensures that local enterprises, informal businesses, and community-based initiatives remains viable and continue to generate livelihoods. Honorable members, SALGA acknowledges the evolving global context, including ongoing geopolitical tensions and disruptions to travel patterns. In this regard, we share the department's caution optimism. South Africa, together with the broader SADC region, continue to offer relatively stability, rich cultural experience, and diverse tourism offerings. This attributes position the country as an attractive destination for international tourism, seeking alternative travel markets in a volatile global environment. This presents a strategic opportunity that must be fully leveraged through coordinated investment, infrastructure development, and destination marketing aligned across all spheres of government. Honorable Chair, SALGA wishes to highlight the importance of the existing partnership between the Department of Tourism and local government. This relationship has been strengthened through the quarterly local government peer learning sessions convened by the department, which serve as an important platform for knowledge exchange, coordination, and capacity building. These sessions have been instrumental in emphasizing the role of tourism in driving local economic development, in positioning municipalities as critical enablers of the tourism value chain. Furthermore, they have reinforced the importance of municipal investment in enabling infrastructure, including roads, basic services, public spaces, and local amenities that directly influence the tourist experience. SALGA remains committed to deepening this partnership, ensuring that insights from this engagement translate into improved planning, coordination, and execution at municipal level. Honorable Chair, while the progress outlined by Minister is commendable, SALGA wishes to underscore a persistent structural challenge, the accessibility and readiness of tourist assets at local level. Across many municipalities, key tourist sites, including heritage areas, cultural attraction, and nature-based destinations, remain underutilized due to inadequate infrastructure, poor road conditions, and unreliable basic services. Addressing these constraints is fundamental to unlocking the full economic potential of tourism. Municipalities play a pivotal role in providing these foundation services, and SALGA commits to working closely with the department to strengthen planning alignment, improve service delivery, and ensure that tourism infrastructure investment yield maximum impact. This includes supporting municipalities to improve access roads and transport connectivity to tourism sites, ensure reliable provision of water, electricity, waste management, and sanitation services, strengthen local regularity environments to support tourism enterprises, and enhance spatial planning to integrate tourism into broader local economic developmental strategies. House Chairperson, SALGA further welcomes the Tourism Growth Partnership Plan and its clear, measurable targets aligned to the National Development Plan. The plan provides a solid foundation for coordinated action across government and industry. However, its success will depend on effective implementation at local level, where the tourism experience is ultimately defined. Local government must therefore be fully integrated into the execution of the plan, particularly under pillars relating to the infrastructure development, destination management, and visitor experience. In many parts of South Africa, tourism is the economic anchor. It keeps guest houses occupied, restaurants open, heritage assets preserved, local artisans trading, and communities hopeful long after other industries have contracted. Tourism continues to circulate income through local economies and sustain places that might otherwise be left behind. SALGA also supports the department's effort to improve ease of access through visa reforms and expanded air connectivity, recognizing their importance in attracting international tourists. Equally, we support initiatives aimed at strengthening tourism safety and promoting South Africa's global brand, as these are critical determinants of tourism competitiveness. Honorable Chair, SALGA supports the department budget vote and affirms tourism as a key pillar of South Africa's economic growth and transformation agenda. The sector holds immense potential to drive inclusive development, create jobs, and revitalize local economies across urban and rural municipalities. Unlocking this potential requires a deliberate and integrated approach that places local government at the center of tourism development. Municipalities must be supported as both enablers and beneficiaries of the sector, with a strong focus on infrastructure, service delivery, and investment readiness. SALGA remains committed to working in partnership with the Department of Tourism to build a resilient, competitive, and inclusive tourism economy that benefit to all of South Africans. On that note, I would like to thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor, for your essential input which you have just made. And then the Honorable Delegates, the next participant in this debate is Honorable J. Sidel, the MEC for Economic Development and Tourism of Mpumalanga, the province of the Rising Sun. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister of Tourism and her Deputy Minister, the Honorable MECs present, all honorable members, distinguished guests, good evening. I stand before this august house as the representative of Mpumalanga, the place of the rising sun. We meet during the Youth Month, which is a reminder that our fiscal policies and economic levers and legislative budget we debate today must create immediate, tangible opportunities for our young people. They must move from being mere spectators of the economic growth to its primary drivers. Mpumalanga supports the adoption of the National Tourism Budget Vote 38, as we have constantly maintained in our province, Honorable Chair, that tourism policy is economic policy. Tourism is not a luxury sector. It is vital. It is a vital lifeline. It accounts for a massive share of our jobs, feeds families in our rural communities, and anchors our regional economy. Our provincial growth is projected steadily at 1.3% this year, moving towards 1.9% by 2027. Tourism, alongside agriculture, is anchoring this economic defense. Today, through the Vote 38, we are allocating the necessary ammunition to accelerate that momentum. Honorable Chairperson, while we celebrate that South Africa's international arrivals surged back to 10.5 million, we must ensure that the financial windfall of this recovery is felt equitably. The historic reality is that our tourism economy has remained structurally skewed. Through Vote 38, we must fiercely advance the geographic spread of tourism. In Mpumalanga, it cannot just be about the mainstream, iconic corridors of the Kruger National Park or the Panorama Route. Our focus is heavily trained on our villages, townships, and the small dorpies. We welcome the Portfolio Committee's recommendations to tie national tourism growth partnerships directly to localized SMMEs development. From the cultural heritage of the Ndebele people to our hidden gems like the Wackerstroom, our communities must own the tourism value chain. We want to see tourism monitors deployed heavily in those underserved areas to ensure that the safety and security of our tourists, thereby opening new economic pathways for rural youth. Honorable members, safety is the cornerstone of sustainable destination marketing. If travelers do not feel safe, they will simply go elsewhere. In Mpumalanga, we recently faced deep heartbreak following the tragic and highly regrettable incident near the Kruger National Park involving the Marius family from Mossel Bay. We send our deepest ongoing condolences to their loved ones. This isolated but deeply painful event reminds us that we cannot be complacent. While crime prevention is a broader law enforcement mandate, Mpumalanga is working hand in hand with the National Department together with the National Tourism Safety Forum. We support the allocation of resources within Vote 38 to strengthen the Tourism Monitors Program. We need physical, visible deployment, tech-driven safety measures, and aggressive local community partnerships to defend our reputation as a world-class welcoming destination. Honorable Chairperson, tourism relies on structural access. We celebrate the national progress made on electronic travel authorizations, which allow visitors from China, India, and across the globe to secure entry within 24 hours. This ease of access directly fills hotel beds and creates jobs in Bombela, Graskop, and across our province. However, destination marketing must match world-class infrastructure. Through the 2.54 billion allocated under Vote 38, with over 50% driving destination marketing through SA Tourism, we must see rigorous alignment with provincial infrastructure rollouts. In Mpumalanga, we are driving critical public-private partnerships, such as those with Graskop Gorge, who recently brought home international acclaim. Our local government spheres must receive support to fix access roads and secure water supply to historic hospitality nodes. We welcome the fiscal constraints under which this budget is tabled. Because resources are scarce, government and accountability at entities like the South African tourism must be absolute. Every rand spent on global marketing must produce a direct, measurable return for the informal curio vendor at the Blader River Canyon and the township guest house owner at Emalahleni. Honorable Chairperson, let us deploy this budget as an instrument of real, radical economic change. Let us use it to dismantle economic exclusion and restore dignity to our rural communities. When international and ordinary domestic tourists share their experiences of our pristine wildlife, our unmatched heritage, and our home hospitality, they are traveling the world that Mpumalanga and indeed South Africa is ready, or telling the world rather that Mpumalanga and South Africa is indeed ready. Let us pass this budget vote, coordinate across all provincial spheres through the district development model, and ensure that the rising sun continues to shine brightly on every corner of our beautiful province. As Mpumalanga Province Honorable Chair, we support budget vote 38. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MEC, for articulating the programs of your department and that of Mpumalanga. The honorable delegates, the next participant in this debate is Honorable N. Pinar, a delegate from Limpopo, the home of Limpopo River.
Honorable Chairperson Radebe, Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable Members of Parliament, we're on. Evidence increasingly suggests that its budget is highly bloated when one considers the impact on genuine tourism role players. Let us consider the figures for a moment. South Africa attracts more than 10 million international visitors annually, who spend over 100 billion in our economy. Domestic tourists spend even more, with expenditure estimated at over 110 billion. My ultimate question, Chairperson, is this. How much of this tourism activity is directly because of the Department of Tourism? This is the exact question I posed to the department a few weeks ago. I asked for proof, for analytics, for measurable evidence that the department's activities have directly resulted in increased domestic or international tourism. The department promised a written response. Weeks later, we have received absolutely nothing. Chairperson, the department has a total budget of 2.54 billion. Of that, approximately 1.2 billion rand is transferred to the South African tourism for destination, marketing, and promotional activities. In other words, nearly half of the budget is spent on marketing, overseas offices, and international campaigns. As government, we are literally funding the minister and her department for overseas trips to gallivant across the world. And we do so without any proof that there is a return on investment, and neither can the minister, sounding very much like the Minister of Sport. Parliament should not simply accept, trust us, it works. Show us the figures, show us the evidence, show us the return on investment, like Honorable Boshoff said. Chairperson, the irony is that there are two initiatives that are driving increased international arrivals into South Africa. And those are the Trusted Tour Operator Scheme and the digital visa reform aimed at improving accessibility into our country. The only problem is, Chairperson, those are not programs of the Department of Tourism. Those are programs of the Department of Home Affairs. The DA Minister, Leon Schreiber, has arguably done more to improve international tourism by making it easier to visit South Africa than the entire Department of Tourism has done with its multi-billion rand budget over numerous years. And that is provable. Minister, jy het presies my punt bewys. Jy het letterlik die helfte van jou toespraak spandeer om vir ons te vertel hoeveel konferensies jy gaan bywoon en watter jy nog wil reël. Minister, hoe kan jy sukses meet aan hoeveel vergaderings en die dae was jy bywoon? Die minister praat van klap met. Hulle investering het absoluut niks te doen met die minister. Dis al so erg, voorsitter. Die minister betaal bonusse aan haar bestuurspan gebaseer op hoeveel vergaderings hulle bywoon. Bepaal jouself asseblief met die ernstige werk en hou op met belastingbetaler se geld te mors. Chairperson, to further emphasize my point, France, Japan, and Italy have 1/3 of the budget for tourism than we do. Yet they have considerably more tourists yearly. People do not visit the Kruger National Park because of a glossy marketing campaign. People do not visit Cape Town because of a department brochure. Honorable Modise does not attend the Durban July because the Department of Tourism told him to do so. They visit because these destinations and events have built reputations of their own. Chairperson, even the department's own document admit they struggle to measure the economic impact of many of their programs and cannot adequately show how communities in villages, townships, and small towns are benefiting. For a department that spends billions every year, that should concern every taxpaying citizen. This budget is bloated, and a legitimate argument can be made that many or all of its functions could be absorbed elsewhere in government at a far lower cost to the taxpayer. Dankie voorsitter. I thank you.
Baie dankie meneer. The next participant in this debate is Honorable M.G. Dlamini, a delegate from the Free State, the home of Golden Gate Highland National Park, the enclave of Kgodumodum.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. I hope I'm visible and audible.
Very clear.
Thank you, Slalo. Allow me to stand on the protocol already observed and established. House Chair, I would like to open today's debate on Budget Vote 38 Tourism by reflecting on the words of the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, who said, and I quote, "It is imperative that we build a tourism sector in a safe, equitable, and climate-friendly manner, and ensure tourism regains its position as a provider of decent jobs, stable incomes, and the protection of our cultural and natural heritage," close quote. This is a reminder, House Chair, that there was a time when tourism was completely shut down, and many people across the globe were negatively affected in one way or the other. Tourism is a vulnerable sector, susceptible to economic climate shocks, with women, youth, and workers in the informal economy bearing the brunt. House Chair, when debating in this House in August last year, representing the ANC, I indicated that the tourism sector has yet fully to recover to pre-pandemic levels. It is now showing strong signs of resilience and strength. As indeed Honorable Mabielo indicated earlier on, he is correct. According to the World Travel and Tourism Council, we are well underway to meeting and surpassing pre-COVID numbers. Their economic impacts research focus that by the end of 2025, our tourism sector will be able to support 1.9 million jobs, surpassing 2019 levels and marking an all-time high, underscoring its role as a key employer and major source of opportunity, with the sector accounting for 11.3% of all jobs in South Africa. This is a positive improvement, House Chair. And as the ANC, we are delighted that this sector shows positive improvements. The tourism sector continues to demonstrate resilience and versatility with the following achievements: 7.6 international arrivals recorded between January and September 2025, Hotel occupancy reached 52%, surpasses pre-COVID levels. The electronic travel authorization EATA system was also launched. To crown this achievement of the department, in his SONA 2026, His Excellency, Honorable President of South Africa, President Ramaphosa, highlighted a further milestone where he recognized that our tourism sector made history last year, recording the arrival of 10.5 million visitors. Honorable Chair, these are the facts and realities and the work that is done by the department and the country. We have indeed turned the corner. Those who continue to come here and complain, let them come here and complain. We are busy building a country that in future, Chair, will be one of the best tourist destinations around the globe. Honorable House Chair, the ANC welcomes the Africa Tourism Plan to guide to a tourism's plan to grade 5,000 establishments by 2027-2028 financial year. This is an incremental increase from the 4,500 graded establishments in the year 2025-26. Another key aspect of creating excellent tourist experiences is to put in place a grading system that ensures high standards and experience of all tourists. In the Free State, Chair, the following hidden gems were discovered by the province currently, which in the province are going to translate to country and the continent. Cathedral Cave in Clarence, Tessen de Refir in Harp, water channels in Forestbeck, Tababusu Lodge in Velo Game. There is a process also, Chair, of maintenance and refurbishment of lodges and nature reserves within the province. Fredeford Dome, Chair, the National and the Provincial Department of Tourism are in a process soon of finalizing, under the leadership of Deputy Minister Honorable Maggie Sochu, the handover of Dome to the province, which will add as one of the most powerful tourist destinations. And this, as we speak, the process of refurbishing this dome is underway with the work of the province together with the national department. It is not true that in the Free State province, tourism is dead. The province of Free State, like other MECs who came here today and present a compelling case that indeed in different provinces of our country, the MECs together with the minister and the deputy minister are doing a great job in making sure that they profile the country to be the best tourism destination in the near future. Honorable House Chair, we now know that each and every minister and the deputy minister who doesn't come from DA, that ministry is not working. Only the ministers and deputy ministers that are coming from the DA are the ones that are working. Deputy Minister and the Minister of Tourism, don't be surprised. This is a norm in this house that each and every minister that doesn't come from DA, he or she doesn't seem to be working or doing any impact. That's why your budget votes will be discredited, will be discouraged, they will be propelled as failing budgets, which is not the truth. As the African National Congress, we are going to work with all ministers within the cabinet that is led by Ndate Ramaphosa, despite the political affiliation, to ensure that our country does turn a corner in every economic aspects of this country. Because what is important is that we represent the people who voted us to be here, not necessarily to come here and complain about each other. Honorable House Chair, I will advise Honorable Montwedi that the names of the community members that he has and mentioned here, he has a liberty and at liberty and a responsibility to represent those members. By the way, he's at a better place because he's a member of the committee that deals with tourism. He's supposed to be coming to the committee and present the cases of these particular community members and ensure, because he's a better place to talk to the minister, the deputy minister, through the chairperson and the secretary of the committee to present his people that voted him to be here. But I'm not sure how he's going to do that because his political party forever rejects budget, because the very same community members he mentioned quite well here and raising their voice quite well here do really need funding to mitigate the challenges that he presented here. So I'm advising him that, my brother, go back to the community, represent those members very well. Don't come here and cry at the wrong funeral. The right funeral for you to cry in representing these members is the committee that you are part of. Honorable Masimba, we know you, my brother, all the time. When you debate here, Western Cape is doing well provincially when things goes well. But everything fails is the national department. Today, you are not saying the national department, you are saying the ANC. I'm sure you forget that the Western Cape is not led or governed by the ANC. It is governed by DA. If there is anything that you would claim to have been messed up by the ANC, surely these DS you have led Western Cape, you were supposed to have been correcting those things and not coming here and crying at the wrong funeral. The right funeral that you're supposed to be crying for the people of Western Cape is in Western Cape. Go and tell the MEC, whom you call the Minister of Police in Western Cape, to address the issue of crime so that tourism can be able to be a safer place without crime. Go back and tell the MEC, which you call the Minister of Tourism, to ensure that the Western Cape, it is profiled as one of the best destinations within the country in tourism sector. In those few words, Chair, I would like to wish on behalf of the ANC, the department and the administration, a good a year ahead of you. Will work with you whilst we are holding you accountable, will also guide you, will also build you, will also make sure that all the funds directed to the department do really directed to the programs you have mentioned to us in the APP when you were appearing before the Select Committee of Tourism. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. All the best. And ANC supported the budget vote 38 tourism. Thank you.
All of us. Out.
Thank you, Honorable Dlamini, for your input. Honorable delegates, the next participant in this debate is Honorable P. Delil, the Minister for Tourism. Minister, the tribe has spoken. What is your response? Is Minister Delil still on the platform?
Minister's muted.
Minister Delil, you are muted.
Yeah.
Can you please unmute yourself?
Sorry, I was talking
Thank
to
you.
myself, Honorable Chair. On behalf of myself, the Deputy Minister, the Department of Tourism and South African Tourism, we really want to thank all of you, Honorable Chairperson Boshoff and the members of the NCOP. We are really humbled and inspired by your input, your advice and support. And we've never failed in the past to be held accountable, and we will always respect your opinions. In the time left to me, I will respond to the few members. In terms of the electronic travel authorization, President Cyril Ramaphosa established an interministerial committee in 2023 consisting of the Department of Home Affairs, Department of Tourism, and the State Security Agency. That is where we started to bring together the Trusted Tour Operating Scheme and the ETA. We are working closely with Minister Schreiber, and that we have committed that from SA Tourism and the Department of Tourism, that we are now going to market the ETA on all digital platforms in India, China, Indonesia, and Mexico, so that we can inform those big source markets that it's now easier to come to South Africa. Similarly, we're working with the Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture, because sports tourism is big in the country, Minister Mackenzie. Next year, we are hosting the 2027 Cricket World Cup. We have again assured the Live Golf for next year. And we as tourism, we piggyback on these sporting events where we put packages up for the visitors and encourage them to stay longer before and after the sporting events. So I am very encouraged by the partnership in the GNU, and we are all working together. Also, I just want to, I will definitely, Honorable Bossop, I will definitely follow up on the problem at the Cradle of Humankind tomorrow, and then we will give you a report. Honorable Dr. Skierkogel, sorry if I pronounce your name wrong, Doc. On the Vrede Dome in the Free State, it can be a mecca for tourism in the Northern Free State, and we are aware about the problems. The DG has just given me the latest update of where we are there, that DBSA, that is the implementing agent, have appointed a service provider and project service provider and a contractor to implement additional work and scope to make that facility fit for purpose. I will definitely send a written report to Honorable Dr. Skierkogel as soon as we've got all of the information together. Briefly to Honorable Masipi, we certainly join you in passing our condolences to the family of our late brother, Mzoli. He has shown that even in the middle of a township, that international travelers from all over the world came to visit him. And may his soul rest in peace. Honorable Madusela, I want to assure you from MKP that there's no crisis at SAT. Under the leadership of the interim board that's there, Dr. Masitu, the chairperson, they've been able to fill all of the executive positions, the COO, the Chief Marketing Officer, the South African National Convention Bureau, and also the Chief Audit, Head of Audit. So, and we have seen the good performance that is coming out of SAT. So, and that is thanks to the new board that's there. Also, Honorable Mtwedi from the EFF, I just want to remind honorable members, both him and Honorable Swart from the DA, that tourism is a concurrent power in the Constitution. And therefore, I've put emphasis in this debate of working together between national, provincial, and local government. And we are working together to deal with some of the issues, because tourism is no longer recovering. Tourism is growing. We have surpassed the 2019 figures. 10.5 million last year that we have recorded is the highest ever recorded in the history of South Africa. So On the procurement, I will advise the honourable member to read the reports that the department submit regularly to Parliament, that we spend 40% of the budget for procurement from women, people with disabilities, and also SMMEs. Then, Honourable Swart, you know, despite your imaginary problems and whatever you are unhappy about, we have received just in the first 3 months of the year more than 2.9 million. So yes, we do have some challenges, but we are attending to those. Despite that, the tourists are coming, and tourism is decentralized in the Constitution. So again, I will advise the Honourable Swart to go and read. The problem is if you don't read, you don't have information to base your arguments on. If you can read the Stats SA satellite report that came out a couple of months ago, you will be surprised what you're going to find in there, because the stats don't lie. Honourable van der Berg, we will be, in terms of the appointment of the new board of SAT, it will go into the cabinet cycle for the month of July. And by the end of July, I will make recommendations to cabinet for consideration. The honourable member from Salga, about the maintenance of assets at local government. I agree with you, my sister. We do need to do something, and I will convene a meeting with Salga and MISA. And I think we need to package all of these maintenance projects into one big project and then apply to a National Treasury for funding that sits in the budget facility for infrastructure. And we can work together on that. Die achtbare lid, Pina van Limpopo, ek dink hy is net kwaad vir homself. Ek weet nie hoekom hy so kwaad is nie. Weet jy of hy honger is of iets nie? Maar hy klink soos 'n jaloese partner, jy weet. Hy weet nie waaroor om te kla nie, maar hy's net kwaad. So ek sal nie nog reageer op wat hy gesê het nie, want definitief dit maak nie eers sin nie. Hy's net kwaad, baie ontstoke. Ek weet nie hoekom nie, maar ek kan help. Miskien kan ons jou stuur vir anger management om jou te help met jou probleme, om nie so kwaad te bly nie. As ek net wil afsluit, if I want to conclude, I want to conclude by really thanking the private sector. That is a partner. It shows you we have got a plan approved by Cabinet. It's called the Tourism Growth Partnership Plan. It's a plan conceived by both the public and the private sector, because the private sector know their role and the public sector know their role. We are there as the public sector to create the environment conducive for the private sector to create jobs. And so there's a plan that we have jointly agreed on and Cabinet has approved. And I want to say thank you to the private sector for their partnership. But Chairperson, lastly, I do want to thank all of those hard-working workers in the tourism sector. Some of them work long hours in hotels and restaurants. They are the face when they receive our guests and visitors at guest houses and hotels. And they always have a smile. Ubuntu, you know, the welcoming of South Africans, we always praise for that. And I want to say to all of the workers in the tourism sector, thank you for all your hard work. And I also want to thank you in advance for all the hard work that you're still going to do. But to say to you that we appreciate your contribution behind the scenes so that we can come to Parliament and we can report to Parliament about the successes of the Department of Tourism and SAT. I also
Honourable Minister,
all the MECs, lastly, Chairperson, for their support and advice. I thank you and God bless.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. On the note of Ubuntu, Your time expired during that time. Thank you, honorable delegates. I would like to thank the minister, the deputy minister, permanent delegates, MECs, and all special delegates and SALGA representatives for availing themselves for the sitting. Honorable delegates, that concludes the business of the day. The House is adjourned.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you.
Bye. Thank you.